or okay. So let's just check in. I'll go ahead and call the meeting to order. And today's November 10th. And this is a special meeting of the Board of Supervisors. I see Patrice out there. I at least see her posting up there. All right, there she is. Spirit fingers. And then there's Geronimo. All right. And do we have, I'm not seeing Judy and Lena.
I see Judy, yeah.
Oh, you do? Okay, what's going on with my display? What did I do?
You have a full board here, sir.
Gallery, sorry. Now I have the gallery. See, I'm learning. It took me a year, but I know how to move that one button up there. Yeah. So, oh, there's Judy. Fantastic. Hey, Judy, good morning.
Good morning. You got to teach us which button you're talking about.
I know what you mean. There's all those dots up there. And then Lena, are you out there, Lena?
She was. I don't see her now.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I had to doing a little bit of the follow-up phone calls to the prep for the IRC meeting tonight. People are calling at the last minute. So if I hop, I'm going to try not to hop off, but every once in a while I might need to do that. Okay, if you could text Lena, that would be really good. We've got the meeting called to order. And, first item of business, we should go ahead and do the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay. I pledge allegiance to the flag
The United
States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. I almost got stuck, but I got over it. I keep putting 2 in and then I get lost. And it's like, why am I putting 2 in for the oh my gosh. See, I gotta watch this brain here. Okay. And then just for the sake of the public record, today we're going to have a discussion and possible action associated with items on a presentation, discussion, update, and possible action on the American Rescue Plan funding and community funding request process and the fiscal year 22 county budget. And just as a piece of this, we've done a lot of work. We've worked through the budget, and Steve will go through a more formal presentation on this. And we had a lot of set-asides. And then we waited, and finally they awarded the American Rescue Plan, and there's still writing rules associated with it, so we can understand how we need to be able to use it. But we have a good idea, and we've had input, from community members, obviously from staff as we went through budget, and as Steve and staff have worked with this, as well as other board members. So we have about 2 years, to be able to spend this, and we have to develop a process, which will take us a little bit of time. So we're hitting a point where we need to move most, if not all, of this forward. So Steve has been working together to try and bring back the information for those that submitted it, and see, can you get answers associated with that? And we'll try and work our way through these conversations today. For process, I had a conversation with Steve, and I think it'll make sense to the rest of the board here on this. Since a lot of this is coordination between what we put forward and Steve's idea, it might be better to have Steve facilitating, me step back, sitting together with all the rest of the board members as we bounce these thoughts associated with, and sometimes hard conversations, or we're, who knows, maybe we'll get all lock and step and think, yeah, that makes sense based on what we've all talked about. So that's kind of what we, it's not kind of what we have, it is what we have. And so at this point, I'll go ahead and step off. Oh, Lena, I'm checking in. I see you in the gallery out there. Are you out there?
I am, and I'm having computer and internet issues again today. So if I somehow disappear, I'll be working to get back on. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, and Lena, you weren't here, but just to let you know, I'm stepping out, so Steve will be running it. But if ever there's a piece when I have to take a phone call that I need to step out, and I'm going to try not to do that too much, just a heads up to you on just the coordination with the meeting with Steve, okay?
Okay,
And the floor is yours, Steve.
thanks, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, county staff. We have a great following today of attendees comprised of county staff, elected officials, community members. As the chair indicated, this has been a conversation that actually began as the county was concluding its budget process back in May. At that time, with news of the American Rescue Plan funding being let, we at that time were looking at the funding from American Rescue Plan to look at some of the budget requests that came in through last year's budget process. And so as that was occurring, some of the rulemaking and the interim rules that had been now mostly finalized had not been known. So at that, we provided, I think, a good number of increments or budget requests that were going to be looked at in light of the American Rescue Plan funding. So again, short introduction there, but the packets that we provided to you, certainly the credit to the staff for pulling this together very quickly. While it looks like a daunting binder, most of the information there behind the tab that's marked historical reference information is information you've seen before, either through the budget process, through presentations we've made in the last few months. And so that's mostly, again, as I said, information. In fact, most of it is information that you've received before. So with that, though, I want to walk us through the packet, and then we're going to dive right into the discussion. A couple of things to note is we're not making PowerPoint presentations today. The opportunity today is for us to go through the items one by one, provide the opportunity for board members, have questions, comments. We do have departments and elected officials in the attendee group and can pull them over if there's a question that you have for one of the departments or offices. And so on the first page is the table of contents for the binder. And you can see, of course, it's really there in terms of what's contained in the binder. So I'm just going to go to the next page because that really gets into the meat of things. So the agenda for this morning, and you'll see here, begins with just a short introduction, process interview. We have included in the binder information on the American Rescue Plan guidelines and the principles that are covered in the Code of Federal Register. And so what I wanted to set the stage with is you've all, at least, in fact, all of you, and some of you more years than others, have participated in the county budget process where that final day, final week, or final 2 days or so has been made to wrap up the budget in terms of proposals, some of the items or questions that you might have with regard to some of the requests that have been made by departments. And I guess my point is that it's very similar to that today. So imagine we're at the end of a budget process where we've had several discussions on some of the proposals. And today we're deliberating how you all in your board role want to direct those funds or those investments. And so kind of setting that stage is important. And so looking at this, I'm just going to walk through the agenda. Part B, public health response. As I indicated, the ARPA eligible expenditures, principles, and CFRs included, but I want to cover this very quickly. So ARPA eligible expenses that would otherwise be paid out of county funds wherever possible. So again, these are principles that we are looking towards in providing this information to you. We also want to look at ensuring all projects are eligible per the guidance and are required to be obligated and spent in the project period. So again, reminder that by December of 24, the uses need to be obligated, and by December of 2026, the funding needs to be completely spent down. We are still seeking some clarification. I know we're getting closer, but we've also asked the question at the national level, what does the term obligated mean? And what does that mean to us in terms of, is it a budget? Is it, what does that mean? And in fact, NACO and some of the folks at the national level are saying, you're right, it really is not very well defined. And so again, until we have final clarification, we're looking at that December 24, where we have to have all of our obligations or all of the funding programmed in the intended uses. Also ensuring that investments in projects support the intent of the legislation to rescue and rebuild. And this is wording from the act itself, looking at the intent of it being created as a result of COVID and tied to the COVID-related impacts. Decisions made regarding ARPA fund utilization are in alignment with existing county mission and span of control. And so, again, looking at the programs and services that the county provides is important to look at how we are continuing in investing in existing programs. And that would go the same when we look at some of the outside agency funding that's going to be discussed later on today. And the point here is that to create an entirely new program, while it is possible, it does take time to create the program. And given that we are in a times crunch to get the programs determined and programmed and out, does take some of that time up. So again, we want to look at those services and programs that the county and others have been providing in the community. Also, other public agencies, cities, towns, governments have received ARPA funds, and that's a statement. The county will consider the context of this broader funding landscape when making investment decisions. And so that's another way to put it. How can we look at co-funding some of the proposals that you're seeing today with jurisdictions that they too are also receiving ARPA funds? So that's another principle to discuss or to present to you today. Timeline, we're going to start in a few minutes. We want to start with the superintendent of schools and then go from there. We are working we're working, not conflicting in terms of schedule, but we have the Arizona Association of Counties meeting that's taking place today. All of our constitutional officers are involved in ACO. And so that is why we've positioned the agenda to take care of the internal county discussions this morning. And then this afternoon after lunch, we'll shift over to community programming. And so you'll see in a moment where we start out with the superintendent of schools, and then the categories from there: COVID-19 response, criminal justice, and the sub bullets in those areas. Revenue replacement and one-time funds is also another category we'll be talking today. The goal of today is for you all as board members to provide direction to the staff on next steps. The board direction may involve you have questions. If you do have questions, we have individuals here participating in the webinar that we can pull over, and we can ask those questions and get that response right away. You might also be looking at the funding amounts to say, how do we allocate, in this case, over $29 million in areas that we have a lot of different needs in. So you may have a discussion on an amount that says, well, while the recommendation is X, I feel that Y is a preferred funding level. It could be less, it could be more. Again, it depends on your perspective there. So again, leaving here with that direction today is going to be important so that the next steps can take place. So that's the internal. If I can have you go to the next page, on page 3. This afternoon, we're going to be talking about programming, continued programming when we look at eligible uses, but we're looking at this from the community partner perspective. And so throughout the last few weeks, we've received good feedback from a number of nonprofits and community organizations that have needs that they want to bring to our attention that could possibly be eligible for ARPA funding. And so you'll see here today that the community partner funding discussion will be looking at presenting to you today board priority identification, establishment of categories. And so in the material we'll go over this afternoon, you'll see that we have, based on input from all of you, created 5 or 6 different categories that funding could be grouped within in terms of needs from the community. We'll also go over an overview of the proposal process, the timeline, application process, application overview, review and recommendation of awards, staff committee to do this work, consideration and direction of a scoring matrix criteria, and then a work session on awarded proposals. And then the final bullet here, board allocation of community proposed funds, set funding amounts in each category, and then keep overall funding levels. So when you look at this process, I'm gonna call some similarities to some of the grant programs and foundation community groups like the United Way and the Community Foundation and others, where we've participated in that process, where we open that up for the community organizations to provide proposals to, in this case, the county. Those proposals would come in. We would have staff review based on criteria that you've established. And then based on that review and ranking, then we would be at the staff level making recommendations to the board for funding allocations. And so it's a very similar process to what many of us have experienced in the past. I see Supervisor Horstman has a question.
Yeah, thank you. And thanks, Steve, for that. And really appreciate this opportunity to spend a day here going through this. And this was one of the questions that I had. So really, there isn't a recommendation per se on various programs, as much as we're going to identify the ones that we feel are priorities for the board, and then the staff will basically work with the nonprofits, and you'll bring it back to us at a later date. Is that a fair statement?
That is correct.
Thanks, Steve. I appreciate that.
Okay. Other questions on anything I've said so far? Okay. Let me go on to, at this point in time, we are ready to just start going through proposals one by one. And I did mention prior that we want to start off with the proposals that we received from the superintendent of schools. And let me orient you to page 8 has the beginning of the list of proposals within each of the categories. The first category is the current ARPA request list. This is non-CJ caseload. And I'm going to ask Sue to help me kind of track this with me. But the first items that we want to discuss are the 3 items at the bottom. And those are the 3 proposals from the superintendent of schools. And those are titled Building Resilient Youth, Educators, and School Communities. And then also the next group, or the next proposal, is for the Special Education Coordinator. And then the final one, Literacy Coordinator, Learning Loss Coordinator. So those are the 3 proposals from the superintendent of schools. You will see the amount that was requested, and then some notes with regard to that request, and then the recommended amount. The final column, the page number, that's a cross-reference to the material in your binder. So you would find that full information on those pages in that first grouping of proposals that have come to us. And again, this is information that was provided actually in the budget process. This came to us initially several months ago. So I'm going to pause there and ask board members if there's any questions, comments with regard to this first set of proposals from the superintendent of schools.
Steve's superintendent of schools, Cheryl Mango-Paget, is available if there are any questions or discussion that they would like to engage with her.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
Right,
I have a question.
please.
So building resiliency youth, what does that, is that like hiring someone, and what does that mean?
Okay. I'm going to ask that Cheryl be pulled over to panelists. But in the proposal, it does.
It's on page 29, not 25.
Yeah, for the first one, I see what you're saying. Are we able to?
And then can you promote,
Yeah, it's
Superintendent of
on
schools?
page 29.
Okay.
Even that, I still had a question on that, the way it was written.
Madam Superintendent, if you would accept the promotion to the panel. There she is.
Hi, good morning, everybody.
Go
Good
ahead.
morning.
Yes, Building Resilient Schools is a comprehensive mental health and restorative practices program that takes clinical staff and non-clinical staff to do. It's based on a framework that is evidence-based that works with school leaders. It's a triangle. And it works with school leaders and their staff on first identifying where in their strategic plan, building trauma-informed schools or building strong mental health schools, depending on the school, how they use the term. How does that fit? So it's not just another program that we do a lot and we're very good at in schools. Then it builds on building adult competencies. And even since this report was written this summer, I'm getting new data on surveys as I work with our school leaders and work with our teachers in our classes, is our adults that are working with our children one-on-one do not have the competencies in two general areas. So how can you do student programming? I mean, that's the big question. They don't have the competencies on how do I identify? What do I look for? What are my next steps? And then their own mental health. They are not mentally healthily strong as well, a lot of our educators, and they're not being supported. We often call that in the education field secondary trauma. So it's working on that layer. And then the third layer becomes then you're working with your student and community programs. And the fourth layer becomes your continuous improvement cycle plan. So it's a comprehensive mental health program for our schools, and it also includes restorative practices.
So the other part, I guess the schools are in support of these programs that are being proposed, and these are specialty areas that they just do not have, and that the schools will have the capacity to be able to partner. And these are just one-time funding. And these one-time fundings, once it's done, the school will be able to pick it up, or how does that program, once it's established, what's the future of this? Because what we're doing is the one-time funding is just to, and it's a one-time funding for 2 years. The other part is how do you work with, and all of these, it seems like in almost all of our departments, they're all asking for mental health dollars. And how do all of the departments and the schools, the courts, work together to be able to address the mental health issue? Then the nonprofits are also requesting mental health programs. And on top of that, we have a new initiative, which is the mental health initiative, requesting for $2 million, and they're asking for outside dollars. And how does that fit all together? And that might be for Steve, and that's what I like to understand, is how does all of this come together? Here, the very first proposal is for mental health. Now, how does that fit into the rest of our
Okay.
We have partners that are helping us with this program. I work with public health, have had conversations with Erica Shaw, how we can continue to partner to stronger, because this money is a toe dip. This is not, Yavapai County ESA received $20 million for their education service agency.
Mhm.
I'm getting 750 potentially. I asked for $1.5 million, and that was a very limited ask. Our hope is that it all, with starting with making it a part of your strategic plan and not being just another layer, that schools over time have time to budget this into their work, because look at our retention. You know, I get sheets of paper as to what the retention is, and a lot of it goes back to this teacher's mental health. So we are very forward thinking is our program is not just for students, it's for educators as well. We are working with partners, and we are working on partners in bringing in additional funding. Because this isn't going to cut it. You are 100% right, Lena. This is not going to cut it. I have about $250,000 right now that I am using to start the groundwork for this, and doing it with 3 of our schools. But I have a wait list of 12. And I bet if I really put it out there publicly, that wait list is going to get bigger. So we are working with partners. I work with NARBA. I work with the Guidance Center. I'm working on with Erica Shaw to how we can be more inclusive and have stronger grants for both public health and ourselves. This is a soft office, so I do this and have been doing this for 11, 12 years, keeping program going. And then also is with the seed money I've gotten from the governor's office and Secure Rural Schools, I'm already a step ahead. I've built the competencies of this office to go out there and do it.
Thank you. So I'm going to let me recognize a couple of the board members, and then I'll respond back to what are we doing as with several related mental health proposals that have come in. Patrice, did you have a comment?
Yeah, and thanks, Superintendent, for joining us this morning. I know you've got other things going on down there, and I appreciate your being with us. And, you know, certainly I understand building resilient youth and the importance of that. Certainly see the need. This is not a question of that at all. And I want to assure you of that. If we had $3 million, we had $5 million, it wouldn't be enough, quite frankly, to invest in our youth here in Coconino County. So we don't, unfortunately, and I certainly recognize the need, and I want to compliment you for taking leadership within the Superintendent of Schools office. I mean, we're always asking that specific Superintendent of Schools to be the educational leader, and I think you are showing yourself to be that educational leader and coming up with these programs. Lucky for us, we have this ARPA funding. I do share some of the questions that Supervisor Fowler is asking, just in terms of, and I have the breakdown, and most of that 500,000, how much of that is for the 3 FTEs? Have you broken that down?
Yes, and I submitted to county management a couple weeks ago, since the recommendation was not for the $1.5 million that I asked for. I submitted a revised budget and plan that was focusing on for 3 years, and it was kind of split in half with the literacy coordinator for the learning loss. When I wrote the original report, I had some insight because the data was embargoed on learning loss, and we had like 1% and 2% passing in the majority of our schools in math and science and English language arts. I have the real data now, and it's not much better. And then we
and I apologize here just to stop you just for a second. The 499,000, I'm going to just call it 500,000. The 500,000 is that for 1 year or for 3 years?
3 years.
Thank you. That's important.
And I got rid of, if we can't have the $1.5 million, I tabled the special education coordinator after talking with our staff and looking at some other things we could kind of do strategically. And possibly the mental health person can have also a special ed, and brought down the mental health. So now the proposal for 750 is for 2 FTEs for 3 years. It's not quite an even split because they have a little bit of a different salary range, but it's pretty much an even split.
Got it. So one of the questions we're asking everybody that we are looking for FTEs for is what's going to happen at the end of that 3 years. And
Yeah.
I guess maybe what we're saying is that a commitment, if we go in this way, and I am certainly a big fan of putting some money in to building resilient youth and mental health. I will tell you that
Mhm.
up front, that's very important to me. But if we, as a county, we're able to fund this because of ARPA funds, at the end of 3 years, these folks that we have on that are good, wonderful employees that have given their heart and soul to the youth of our community, how are we going to be able to keep them on?
It's like the whole 18-member staff in the Innovation and Development Division. It is based on continual grants and fee-for-service programs. I have staff members that could move into this area already, and they would do less clinical work, and I would bring some of my temporary employees to be doing the clinical on-site, like the testing for the psychologist. They would be doing some of those type of services, and these people would move into that are split. They're paid fee for service, and my grants, governor's office grant, they're paid out of to do this in a abbreviated form. So that is the way it just works here at the superintendent of schools. We only have like 4 positions that are funded. The other 18 employees are fee for service and grants. It's just the way we unfortunately have to roll.
And how are you then going to interface in with the school districts to provide the assistance that this program would offer?
We have, like I said, 3 schools already in the process of starting with limited funds. We can't do the whole visionary thing that I described, but are working on steps. And then as I work with our superintendents and our other education leaders, is to talk with them. I did do an initial survey. Would you be interested in a comprehensive plan? What are your teachers' needs? What are your students' needs as you're coming back into school? We're getting ready to launch another needs assessment because I think everybody didn't quite have the complete vision. So we're looking at that. And then, our other big thing is our school boards are under fire. And that is causing great issues with our leaders and our teachers and impacting our teacher retention problem, especially out in our further out schools outside of the Flagstaff area.
And how will you interface? One other question, then I'll be quiet. I'm sorry.
No.
One other question, and that is how will you, if we fund the mental health program within HHS, our county,
Yes.
how will you interface with the county?
How will I will interface
with that program, I'm sorry, with that program in the county.
Okay, so how will I interface with the governing board members? Oh, no, the school leaders.
So let me chime in here. And I want to go back to, this is Supervisor Fowler's question. We have 5 or 6 different mental health proposals. That's just from within the county. We also have some proposals and we don't know what the proposals from the external groups are going to be. We've had communication, but when we do the solicitation, that's when we're going to get probably more proposals and some may be connected to mental health. Internally, our intention is to do we need to coordinate the various mental health proposals we're receiving from within the county. The common thread, as you indicated, is mental health, behavioral health. It begins in the superintendent of schools. We have a proposal to do some work in juvenile court. We have proposals to do a restoration of competency within the courts. We have proposals to do additional treatment options for the judiciary. And one proposal that's not part of this funding discussion is also a program that the sheriff is proposing that focuses on jail reentry. And so with that, having the infrastructure, we're working with HHS to create the infrastructure to manage some of those. I'm going to emphasize some of those programs. There's also, of course, putting all 6 major programs together poses 2 challenges. One is just a capacity to staff it and develop and create it. And the other is just funding. There was not going to be enough funding with regard to ARPA to do all the things and to fully fund all of the proposals we have today. And so to answer the question, how does this fit within the discussion of the county? We'll be doing that, within the group, the departments, the elected officials, having the discussions have already taken place about how are we all working together. We are basically forming a continuum within the county that's focused on behavioral health. With regard to the finite details, those are to be determined based on proposals and funding available. And so that was in response to Supervisor Fowler's question, but I want to move on to other board members. Well, Patrice, you're shaking your head, so I'm going to go back to you.
So I guess, okay. So will this program be separate and apart from the other county programs, or will there be oversight? And I think that's exactly what Supervisor Fowler is asking too.
Mm-hmm.
And if it hasn't been decided yet, then that's an answer, but I just don't know what the answer is.
Well, the proposal that came from the superintendent of schools, those will be administered by the superintendent of schools office. But that also includes being, coordinated within what all the other departments are doing. And Cheryl has been participated in all of our discussions with regard to how we coordinate services within the county structure. So I don't know that it's that we're saying that someone other than the superintendent of schools office would be administering this program, and that's not how I envision it. That's a proposal that came from her office, and that it would be administered by the superintendent, but of course in coordination with with other departments that are providing similar services, but in a continuum. Okay, I'm going to go on to other questions or comments from other board members. We'll loop back on anything that's yet to be asked.
Yeah, good morning. Yeah, thank you. Well, first off, thank you for the presentation and the proposal, Cheryl, Superintendent. We really appreciate it. Looking at the request, I'm glad to see the literacy coordinator was recommended at full funding. And now that I understand a little better about what the Building Resilient Youth program is, I can definitely see changing to the 2 FTs instead of the 3. My question, which was partially answered already, was the sustainability piece. How are we going to maintain this and continue this moving forward? And then what are some of, I guess my question is, on top of that, is what are some of the community partnerships that can help support building resilient youth within the community partnerships bucket of funding, the $5 million we're looking at, because we did designate a section to education. And so I would really hope that funding that funnels through there could be coordinated with the efforts of your office and seeing how we can help provide as much of that resiliency training, not just for the students, but for the staff as well, because this has been very difficult for staff during the pandemic, for teachers, and there's that burnout and that retention issue. And so the more support we can provide for staff, the better we're going to have with recruitment and retention in those rural areas that struggle already to get the proper resources that they need. So I'm really highly encouraged to see what's coming, and I do want to see how it fits with the other mental health programs. I want to make sure that there's coordination and that there's that we're all going on. I used to like the saying, we don't all need to be under the same flag. We just need to make sure all our flags are going in the same direction, and I think that's what we're in the process of doing, is just kind of getting that in line. And so, I really appreciate everything that has been presented, and really want to support the Resilient Youth Program. If we had the leeway or the flexibility, if it pans out, I would like to see more allocated. to this program, but I'm definitely in support of the current proposal at the 750. And if we can find more, I would really like to see that happen. So thank you.
Cheryl, did you want to respond quickly to community partnerships?
Yes, community partnerships, external community partnerships.
Yeah.
There is this other piece, depending on where money can come, and we had this at our meeting with Carrie Bloom, Erica, that put together, is really looking at that there's also not only adult competencies that need to increase in the 2 tiers, but also it's not just clinical. It's unclinical too. So getting students as well as staff as well involved in other things that support their mental health. So if you look at our very small scale urban garden program, we just got that USDA grant, is how does that fit in within that mental health picture? Because we know there's clinical, but we also know there's non-clinical. So and I had reached out to Ari Wilder at Camp Colton to kind of drop that little nugget in her head as to how does that work. And then just so you guys know, I have, when I write grants and develop programs, I have letters of support already for this framework. Not necessarily for like use of ARPA funds, but for this actual program from NARBA, the Guidance Center. I have it from some of our schools already. So I have letters of support for this concept. And then like NARBA came in because we haven't had enough money to even do it with 2 schools when we started with 2 schools. And they subsidized some of the funding for one of the local elementary schools so that we could conduct the program. So looking at it, bringing in, and then like I keep referring to is our Stronger as One and our public health. How can we have actually stronger proposals by working together? And I believe we're still waiting. Erica would have to speak to this, but we already looked at, they submitted a proposal for wraparound services for COVID. So then how does that fit in to that parent and community piece of what I described on building resilient schools and youth? So I hate to say this, and if you haven't had to do it, it's hard to understand. One project, possibly 7 to 10 funding sources. It's a nightmare to keep track of, but the programs are strong.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Supervisor Judy Begay. Question?
Just basically, thank you for the presentation. And I just wanted to, sitting here thinking, most of these presentations are going to be asking for positions. And I'm just kind of sitting here thinking how I'm really worried or concerned about how we're going to carry out after the funds are depleted and because we know for a fact that we're not going to be getting more money again later, for this for a while, and that every year, school funding is going down, or other funds are coming down, and so I think I'm not sure. I was just sitting here, kind of like thinking about starting something that's just going to fall off. And not only just for this program, but I'm thinking throughout the whole requests that are coming through. And I think we really need to look at current practices and jobs that are there. I think we really need to push, for that. And that's what I want to say. And I know that there's a need, for every department, and we all have the partnership too. And so I don't specifically have a question for Cheryl, but I'm just sitting here thinking about the packet that was given to us yesterday, and tried looking through there, and I'm thinking, wow, there's a lot of information that was given to us yesterday late afternoon. So anyway, I just want to say I'm here and I'm listening, and I just want to make sure that we don't we're addressing the needs that we're saying we're going to do, and how do we know that as things are going to be met at the end? as far as accomplishments and what, goals and if the goals and objectives were met. And so these things are kind of running through my head right now, but I just want to say thank you for the presentation, and I just want to say thank you to my colleagues that have made comments and questions. I also share some of the questions that the mom colleagues are having too, so I don't want to reiterate that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay. I have some of the same concerns, but my hope is that part of the plan is that we've built adult competencies at the school level to continue on some of this work, that we have laid the foundation and have the measurements. And I do have measurements and tiers for each single goal. I wrote it up as a grant. You don't have that whole piece. Because I will, double dip and try to get more funding to support this into our schools. So I have measurements in place that we will look at as to whether we are successful or not. And that we have, if we are, and we can build this proof of concept with the ARPA funding, that will then make us, much like if you remember historically, some of the supervisors have been around, and Supervisor Vasquez, because he was in the schools, as the MSPs. We would not have gotten those National Science Foundation grants or the USDA grant if we wouldn't have built our proof of concepts and shown that we had did it. So again, here, building proof of concept to then take it to the next level. And I think maybe my mindset's just different because this is just how we work over here. So I'm used to always, I tell people every year, you have a job for a year.
Yep.
I don't sleep at night a lot because I worry, but
Thank you.
that's the way this office operates.
Okay. I'm going to go to Matt and I'll come back to Lena. I just want to go around the group here first. Matt, comments, and then I'll go to Lena, and then we'll do another round, and then I'll make some comments. You're muted, Matt.
Okay, I'll put $10 in the head. I'm going to do that a lot. Actually, not so much for Cheryl. I think one really neat opportunity, I think we've had this conversation a little bit, is we've constantly, year after year, particularly during budget, but our discussions have been, how can we at least attempt to approach our mental health void at various levels, and how do we invest in those? And so I think what we have here is we're going to have a lot associated with that. I definitely want to invest in it. We're not going to be able to do it all. Even so, this is targeting one specific area more so with youth, which is an area we've seen a lot of data on it, and Cheryl's provided a lot of data on it. It certainly is an area that we want to tap. The question Judy was just asking, because no matter what, today's also about an equal sign. We only have so much money. We want to keep track of that. For the sake of the conversation for the broader group, there are a few of these that might be able to be reoccurring, but right now we have an opportunity with a surge of money to address particular issues, try and create programs. Not all of them are going to be able to be sustainable from the regular county funding mechanism. We only have so much associated with it, but we have an opportunity of moment also. And so I'm going to, as Judy said, I'm going to sit here and listen, but weigh in. The mental health piece is an area we've tried to tap. We've got a lot of experts out in the county and in the community. How can we pull these together? They're my comments. Thank you.
Thanks. Lena?
Thank you. I totally support this. I mean, you have the schools are under such pressure and from every angle. It's amazing. So I just want to thank you and your staff and all the public schools and charter schools, all schools and educators for just really and board members to just hang in there and really commit themselves to the community. And so you mentioned that, I think you said that the special education coordinator is out. On page 49, we have a budget that was submitted from your, and in our packet. I want to see a new budget because what you have told us and what's in our packet is different. So I want to see if maybe Steve and you can get together and submit another budget.
To have the new budget,
Or if you misspoke, if you can just correct that, because on my end, I'm confused now.
Okay, we'll provide that. I need to track that. I know Cheryl submitted a revised budget, how that got into the packet. If it doesn't, we'll get it right away.
If the special educator is still in there, then just have that in there, but we just, I mean, we gotta support your department. And the other thing I've been saying is that where does the state come in in this? The state also is receiving funding, and education is one of those areas. And I wonder how we can help you to maybe advocate on your behalf and the school's behalf. That's where our state, we have the ability to be able to support you in that way, and the schools. So I just wanted to just mention that. So thank you.
Yeah, to update you, they have this pocket of money under ESSER 3, and supposedly in a few weeks, there will be an opportunity for county ESAs to apply for a consolidated service type grant. And the process of this weekend, having worked on a survey to get out to ours to be, ahead of the game. So they are putting a pot of money. I'm not sure what it's going to be. I don't know. Are they looking for something in particular? There's no RFGA or RFP out at this time. And then I will work with Steve. We had an original ask for $1.5 million. Since we were recommended at 750, we then submitted a new budget and dropped it to 2 FTEs, if that helps clarify. And I will make sure they have it.
Okay. Well, let's just do this real quick. Sue, do you have the most recent? Sue Brown, are you there?
I am. Superintendent Mango Paget, can you confirm that is the budget from the 5th?
Of October?
Yes.
Yes, it should just have 2 FTEs based upon the 750 recommendation. I did not think we could do it justice by spreading it out too thin. So consolidated to at 2 FTEs, and it's a literacy coordinator position. That's an Excel spreadsheet, and underneath it, it has a mental health services IND division manager.
We do have that. Would you like me to share the screen?
Yeah, was it in the packet?
It was not in the packet, and the apologies for that. After we began the process of putting the proposals together, one of the
Well, go ahead and share it, Sue. It's okay.
We had to clarify was that there will be latitude within can you see that?
Yes.
Yeah.
That there will be latitude within the proposals to move money around as the department see fit, because the proposals came out and it's taken us a while to get to the funding portion of it. So we haven't had been able to update everything that we have received since then, but it's still within the same amount of money that was recommended. So it's just shifting a few different things.
Okay, let's get this out to the board today so they can look at that. Okay.
Yep.
Good.
We'll do that right now.
Okay, go ahead and share your screen so I can get this.
So as we usually do when we're in a when we do the budget, when we're doing the budget process, we'll be updating the summary that we have right here, because this changes the summary that we have. And so at the end of the day, we should be able to receive an updated summary as to what for each of the departments. So thank you.
So with that though, Lena, the updated summary would be that the spreadsheet with the recommended amount would be revised to show what we just discussed. Okay.
The amounts will stay the same. However, the totals are the same.
Whatever it is based on that revised, updated
The amount, the total amount is the same, so it is shifted between the two lines, but the totals are the same.
Thanks. Okay, I want to talk about, any other questions for Cheryl?
Yeah, I just wanted to, Steve,
Go ahead, Geronimo, and then over to Patrice, okay?
before we move on, I just wanted to say that in looking at this and seeing how we're reorienting everything to address the different angles of mental health issues, including in education and this resiliency. And I'm really encouraged by the proposal that we have put in front of us, and with several of the other proposals, I see it as a catalyst. Like, we have an opportunity to really shift the paradigm in Coconino County on how different mental health issues are addressed, and can really be a game changer. So I'm really encouraged, and want to see how we can weave these together, because it really is an opportunity to help support our families that have been suffering so much during the pandemic with mental health issues there, the staff and the burnout. And so I just want to commend a superintendent on Mango Pageant for her work and putting this forward. And I look forward to seeing how we can find ways to fund it more robustly in the county. And I'm really looking forward to this funding being the catalyst to begin that process. So thank you.
Thank you. Patrice?
Yes, thanks. Thank you. And Cheryl, thank you very much for bringing this to our attention. The Board of Supervisors has made it clear with some of this ARPA money, we want to make a significant contribution to mental health, behavioral health, youth resiliency, and obviously your role as superintendent of schools is key for that. And so we appreciate you being part of the piece of the puzzle, I guess, of what the county is going to be proposing and is looking at for overall behavioral health and mental health. And some of this, I'm hopeful as we go forward and go through this process today, some of the pieces will start fitting together for us. And knowing who you are and knowing the leadership, I am sure you'll be working with the other departments in the whole behavioral health, mental health effort. So thank you, and appreciate your advocacy for our youth.
Great. Thank you. Thanks, Cheryl.
Thank you, everybody.
Okay. Any other comments before we move on to the next item?
Yes, I'd like to make a comment.
Go ahead.
I want to thank also Cheryl for bringing this presentation before us, like I mentioned before. And as you know, I've worked in a school district for years and years and years in different capacities. And I know there is that need there. And I see it. And I think, we should have started a long time ago, but we didn't realize, that this is going to be something we have to deal with at this point in time. But I'm glad to be a part of it. And, I do support, what you brought forth. And I just want to say thank you again.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, we're going to move on to other items on the list. So Cheryl, thank you so much for being here today. I know you're balancing ACO commitments, and so appreciate your time with us today. So we're going to go up to the top of the list on page 8 and work our way down. Top of the list on page 8, ARPA program administration. The amount represents 3-year funding for a position in finance and a position in HR. Position in finance is to track the administration, the reporting requirements to the feds for the money that's received. The position in HR is to assist us in the recruitments that will be needed that are being requested through the ARPA funding. And so any questions on program administration, again, it's on finance and on HR to help support implementation of the funding to the county. Comments, questions? Lena?
Oh, thank you. So finance, what we're doing is we're not creating a special department, or is that within finance to track the dollars and making sure that we are on track and we are meeting all within the guidelines? So that's going to fall on finance, and then HR, and they're going to be coordinating through that, or how And
Well, each of them have a different function, and so Siri's here, she can address the,
Siri will be the finance part. And that includes the outside partners as well, right? So thank you.
yes. And so Siri, do you want to just say a few words very quickly on the finance role with regard to the grant management?
Sure. Yes, Vice Chair Fowler, the finance role will be in charge of both reporting for internal projects, approving funds as they are expended, tracking the funds, doing all of the reporting, as well as the subrecipient contract management, which will include risk assessments, on-site auditing. It's a big job. It's a big role. And so we are looking for an FTE to provide all of those functions.
Okay, thank you.
I have a quick question.
Go ahead.
Is that focusing just on ARP monies, or is that looking at other grants as well?
No, just ARP. We can only fund it through ARP for the funding that it's tracking.
Okay.
Okay,
Great,
and then
thank
the position in finance is to support the recruitment and the filling of positions that have been requested through funding. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I'll just quickly comment. And we did have this conversation before. We knew that we're going to have to gear up and we'll be able to pivot quickly. But not only that, there's going to be such a big accountability component associated with this that we knew we would be needing to invest in this area. The sooner we can gear up, the better. That puts us a little bit ahead of other groups, provided we get the money out there so that we can do this. So.
Right. Okay. So again, this is multi-year funding for positions to track the funding through the end of the contract period, which is 2026, and probably beyond that when we're closing our items out. So, okay. We're going to go on to the next item below that, COVID expenses, COVID support, direct expenses, no other source. I'm going to ask Kim to be promoted, but in the meantime, this is starts on page 3. Actually, the information starts on page 4. And if you can excuse me, I have an emergency call I need to take real quickly, so excuse me really quickly.
And we've got the first of these HHS rescue plan questions. Do we have substantial questions on these? And I think Kim has joined us. If you would like her to go through them, or if you would like to start with questions.
Yes, please. I'd like to have Kim just go through it with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Kim, can you do that for us?
Okay, so you want me, I'm sorry, I was in the middle of the
No
delay
problem.
of me joining, so I missed a couple of pieces.
No problem. The first one we're starting with, Kim, is COVID expenses, COVID support FY22, direct COVID expenses, no other source, Cisco speech view communication tool, strategic plan development, and other COVID expenses. The ask was for $2.243 million. And the recommendation was for $1.5 million. Can you give us a short synopsis and explanation on that one?
Yes, thank you. Chair and Vice Chair and Supervisors, thank you. So what that encompasses is, as you'll all recall, because you've been hearing from us repeatedly since the beginning of the pandemic, the HHS has worked diligently to secure every single grant that has come available in terms of COVID related expenditures that we could then basically, in essence, pay back the general fund for monies that were put out up front and to fund the positions and other things that have been ongoing. That totals about $9 million that we so far have been able to recover and access through grants, which is significant and substantial, as you all know. So that total and that line, if you will, includes other things that we still don't have other funding to offset, if you will. So for example, and I'm just going to give a couple of them, is storage facility for our PPE. We received a ton of PPE both stuff that we had purchased as well as stuff that the state has been sending us and had been sending us. Even some of the stuff that we did not request and we did not ask to be sent to us, but we got it and we can't send it back to the state. But yet we are responsible for accounting for it, for making sure that it is kept safely and all of those things. And we currently have it being stored in a facility that is not sufficient. It's getting wet and rained on and other things are happening. So we need to be able to store that. That's one example. We also have other staffing needs that we have still and continue to call upon our staff that are other HHS related employees to respond to the COVID response, most recently, certainly with respect to vaccinations. And so there are grant funded employees that their grants do not allow us to use their grant funding for non-program specific. So we have to be able to pay for those things. And additionally, some additional nursing staff, other staffing that's involved in that. So that's where there's several other smaller pieces in that. Obviously, with what we had requested versus what is being recommended, if the board supports that, then we will be going back and saying, okay, here's what we can afford to fund and how will we prioritize that with what the board allocates. So hopefully, Vice Chair, that kind of gives, and all of you, gives you a little bit of a summary, but I'm happy to entertain other questions around that.
Madam Vice Chair?
Thank you. That's a good summary.
Thank you.
Supervisor Horstman?
Yes, and hi, Kim, and yes, you all have been great. As we said at the very beginning when this pandemic was just getting underway, how HHS responds to our community and our residents during this time of pandemic and crisis is really going to define us into the future. And you guys rocked it. So you certainly deserve the credit for so much of the work that was done here in Coconino County. And I also believe that you have done everything you could to get every pot of money that was out there returned to us. And so I don't have a problem with any of the COVID expenses. Are you trying to take this line by line, Sue? Because I wanted to go down to the last line on here, but if we want to go down line by line, I'll wait.
Supervisor Horstman, we will go line by line.
Very good. So thanks, Kim.
Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Vasquez?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Kim, for the proposal, and I definitely approve and support recouping these expenses for all your hard work during COVID and your team. I did have a question on the line by line. There are a couple that are highlighted in gray. Are those ones specific, or like there's several that have gray around them? So are those like pointed out for something special? Or are those specific programs or something we're supposed to know? Or are we taking the whole thing into consideration as line by line?
We are going to go line by line. So as we get to the gray ones on the Excel spreadsheet that we're working from that was in the front packet, there's no shading in that. So that may have been an older iteration that we had put shading on for a different reason. But the ones in the front part of your package do not have any shading. It doesn't look like, so we would have answered any issues or questions about those that are particularly shaded on the version you're looking at.
Okay, because the version I'm looking at, page 5 and page 6 has highlights on it. And so I was just curious if those were specific issues that you were trying to share with us to highlight, or if those were just something that was a remnant of something. And so that's all.
I believe it was a remnant. Sorry about that.
Not a problem. Thank
There's
you.
so much paper.
Tell me about it. We got it yesterday afternoon trying to digest it, so I thought maybe they were highlights, like you were trying to point some certain things out so we didn't have to go line by line, but I appreciate it. Thank you.
We're sort of toward the end rather than the middle. So we're going to keep working forward. Supervisor Begay, any questions?
No question. I just want to say thank you for Kim. Thank you very much. You've done a lot for our county in regards to the COVID things that we encountered. So, and then also, my colleagues have, expressed, their comments, regarding certain areas, and I feel the same way about it too. So I just want to say thank you for bringing forth this information to us for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Supervisor. Chair Ryan.
Thanks, Sue. Hey, Kim. Hey, a couple things. Just one is everything's shifting in your world. Every week it's a new shift. How current is this?
Well, thank you, Chair Ryan. I think overall, with respect to what we know today, it is very current. I mean, certainly, one of the things that, and I'll just kind of jump ahead, if you will, with respect to as we go line by line down here with, how some of the questions that I've already heard asked this morning by the board in terms of sustainability and other kinds of things. We continue to stay abreast of what is coming, nationally and then through the state that will also be able to contribute to things. And so as we get to some of the later line items and I know other questions around, behavioral health, for example, and our actual pandemic related response team, we know that there is certainly an emphasis on continuing into the future, not just in a short term of 2 or 3 years, but really building up the sustainability of the public health response and health and human services response to the social determinants of health in the big picture of how they impact other outbreaks of whatever that may be. So, I would say, Chair Ryan, that, it's pretty current. Certainly it ebbs and flows, in light of some of the most recent things with, childhood vaccines, for example, we're definitely coming up against some additional related expenditures and ways in which we need to be creative in responding to that. But we, hopefully with the intent that as the board makes decisions today around the ARPA funding specifically and the COVID response, that there will be a level of trust, which you have all certainly, given and have continued to support, that we will be good stewards of money and, we'll be making best judgment and assessment of how we apply the funds that we need that are allocated by the board to best address the overarching issues of the moment and whatever may be changing as we go forward. And that when other funding options present themselves, that we avail ourselves of those and that we have the ability to then pivot and say, okay, we found other funding for X, so now we want to apply this funding to Y, and that we would be very transparent in how that happens. I hope that answers your question.
Well, actually, it took a couple of my words from my next question on it, because it's a similar idea, and that you are looking at the social determinants, which brings us back to, oh, that's right, yeah, we were looking at that. That was a big driving conversation as we tapped into each of these areas on how we want to approach them, which is really good. And it's a good reminder for me, for sure. But the other piece of it is, and I don't want to shortchange anything you're doing, but you're also, because you're in the middle of the pandemic, you're the primary, you also have the money going right to you right now on it. And you're trying to build the programs, which is really good. Definitely focus on areas. We look at social determinants and continue to ask, how do we deal with it? So we definitely want to invest in that area, no question about that. A question back to you is, with the new money coming in, there is a potential for duplicity of opportunity. You got to keep it in the category of the grant often. I understand that. By the same token, you got X amount for widget 1, and widget 2 also does that same function. That's a piece that I'm wondering, with all the money that's coming in right now, how you're aligning, because we've got limited pot here also that we're trying to look at many different areas, and that's a piece. It's a hard question for you because obviously you're investing, you're trying to do it most appropriately, yeah, we definitely have trust out there. But it begs that question of you, are you looking at the duplicity component? And if there were, say we pulled off any money of you, what would that do to you?
Thank you, Chair Ryan, supervisors. So my initial response to that would be to kind of add to what I had started with. If you look at what was the original request of that 2.2 and that the recommended amount is 1.5, what I will say is that, obviously it's already been, in essence, cut in terms of what we had identified. And those were things that were about continuing to respond. So we're already going to be going back with this recommended amount and saying, okay, what things do we absolutely, from a prioritization thing, and what other things as they come up can we go after other funding to maybe make some of those things happen. So, hopefully that answers your question, that we're, we're going to try to do our best with whatever the board approves. Obviously, that is our goal. And we're going to try to do that and apply that across the county, so that we are meeting the needs of our entire county in everything that we do. But, there's, as I said before, I have no problem, and I think we have done this and have demonstrated this very well to all of you, that, the board had originally under COVID allocated, X from our emergency reserves. We were drawing down on that. And then, our small but mighty staff who have been amazing at going out and, writing for every single grant and reimbursement possible, started doing that right from the beginning to then, help us sustain and be able to provide for positions and other things. And quickly, and working with Serious Human Others, and I think, I don't want to speak for her, but she would certainly support that. We turned around and, quickly pivoted that money in the directions where it could be done. And we're going to continue to do that. So if things come forward that maybe we are, initially thinking, oh, we're using ARPA funding for this, that we can shift, we're going to keep doing that. I mean, you have my commitment and word of that, and you have that of the entire HHS department.
Mr. Chairman, with your permission too, I think this meets up. I would like to skip a couple of the things and come back and go to the pandemic team ask. Kim, this originally was an ask of 2.7 million, and the recommendation is for 2 million. And this is pertinent to the discussion the question you just asked, Mr. Chairman, because this one, the proposal that the Health and Human Services Department has put forth here includes a step down, and it includes, if you recall, approximately, I think it was about 6 weeks ago, there was a large grant for epidemiology pandemic expenses that was approved by the board, accepted by the board. And what you see in this pandemic team line item on the HHS ask is a step down from the expenditure of those grant funds. When they end, then this ARPA money would begin within that framework. So it kind of dovetails with what you were asking, Mr. Chairman. Kim, can we skip to the pandemic team with a 2.7 ask and a recommended amount of 2 million?
Yes, thank you, Sue and Chair Ryan, supervisors. So what I want to be able to kind of explain here is, as we, early on back in March of 2020, well over what's now, over a year and a half ago, we had, just to give you an example, we had 27 staff that were assigned. That included 10 disease investigators, 7 epidemiologists, 5 monitors, 5 surveillance, and other whole bunch of other HH staff that were then rerouted from their other job duties. In May of 2021, so, almost a little over an entire year later, that is now it's 19 staff assigned. So it's already stepped down from what was there with respect to the disease investigators. That's down to 7, 5.5 EPIs, 2.5 monitors, 4 surveillance. And those are all being covered by the CDC grant. So that was where we then said, okay, we went after this grant, we started covering these positions. Then and that is taking us through February of 22, so that those positions are funded. This ARPA money that is in this line then takes us into being able to sustain that funding or at another step down, slightly step down level from March of 22 through June of 23, that then has in our ARPA request, which includes 2.5 epidemiologists, 2.5 monitors, 2 surveillance, a division manager, and other communications related positions. So in essence, what is being asked in this line is about a pandemic, or excuse me, a outbreak response. We're going to stop using the word pandemic because 1, we're all tired of hearing it, and 2, we want to be looking to the future of how are we're going to get out of the pandemic, at least move to an endemic, and then look for future of, what does outbreaks mean, of what kind? And so this is building that capacity to sustain what we need, but then also look and be responsive under our public health emergency preparedness model, all of those things. Because even when we move from a pandemic level, we're not just going to say, okay, COVID's over, back to business as usual. Business as usual is never going to look like business as usual did. And I think you all appreciate that. So that is a piece of that line. And then as we go forward, and this gets to what were very early questions about, sustainability, the July 2024 through June 2025, then steps us down to 10 staff. And I don't want to, I know I have a lot of staff out there listening. What this means is not that we're going to be eliminating positions. What we are building into what we have proposed is how do we, as people come on, obviously we have attrition for lots of reasons. We know that, we have always had that. But then what are the other things that as we get funding, and just gets to your point earlier, as other funding comes in on things that can enhance how we're addressing social determinants of health, there will be opportunity for us if those staff are in for the long haul with HHS to put their skills and abilities to use in other places that we can sustain funding beyond the ARPA funding. At least that's the vision. And I'm very confident that we can do that. HHS has done that successfully for many, many years. So what that does is it steps it down to keep the epidemiologists and the monitors at that 2.5 and 2 EPIs and 2.5 monitors and surveillance, and keep that outbreak response team. And then going beyond July of 2025 and into the future, then that in essence is 5 staff that continue to be sustained that are part of the public. We include a public health grant that we are going to go after for specific for staffing, sustain at least 1 EPI going forward in an outbreak, monitors, call center, surveillance, and of course the structure, the division manager and other components related to having an outbreak response that's ready and doing the things that we need to as we go. So hopefully that gives you a little bit of an idea of this isn't about, oh, we're funding all of this and this request is to take it till this end date and then, oh my God, we don't know what we're going to do. We are very thoughtful about how we're going about this and how we plan to sustain what we believe at this time we need. And one of the key pieces to that was in that top line is we're going to put some funding towards a formal strategic plan. We've already found some other funding as well to add to that, because this is important that we do this right and we do it strategically, and that we respond what we're doing now, but we're looking to the future of how are we building in what our community and our county needs for the long term.
So Kim, great answer. Don't worry on that. But the other piece of it, and it's helpful for everybody else. I think your answer was really good because it helps in understanding for not only within your own department, but for others. But the other piece of it is just a reminder for those that are giving us a little bit of an update if we go there, is we're getting reminded of conversations we had a long time ago, and we have numbers that just came before us, and so it helps us just fine tune it and see where we are associated with it. Seeing Sue's point and your Kim, your point on this is where we already hold back on it is a helpful dialogue. So we see you thought that through. So thank you. I probably took more time than I should have, but I think it was really useful at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Question, Supervisor Vasquez, did you have a question?
No, just digesting it. I really appreciate the efforts of the team and I like the messaging of changing from pandemic to outbreak response. I think that's really important because I agree we're getting that COVID fatigue and it's across the board, and I know the team is trying to do their best, but it's easy for all of us to get tired and kind of let our guard down. And so changing the name, changing the focus, that allows to kind of look at things at a different angle, different ways. So I appreciate all that. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions from the board?
Yes, I have a question.
Vice Chair Fowler.
Yes, thank you. And I want to just caution after my question, I guess. And in your proposal, it says social service. It has rental and utility assistance, which we have been providing through which we provide as part of our program. And then under there, and then it says the roofs over residents. And you're going to be sending out RFPs to nonprofits to be able to provide service to residents that need roofs over their heads. But the nonprofits you list are all Flagstaff based. How are you going to be able to, and it says here that, ideally it will go out into the rural communities, but how do we know, and how are you going to be able to reach that, be able to accomplish that? And is that still in the proposal? Because your page 10, the budget, it has all of the listings that is, I'm trying to figure out what's in this proposal and what is not, what was not picked up. You had the T36 and other mandates, and I don't think that was, and it says finance will provide that. Is that still part of the budget? Because it says finance will provide that. Is that in your request here?
So Vice Chair Fowler, Chair Ryan, Supervisors, I apologize. I'm Vice Chair, which page are you referring to? I'm not quite clear what you're referring to.
And it has your budget that you had submitted.
In the historical documents, there was two original asks that were consolidated to a single ask in later iterations. And what we see, what we're operating on today is that consolidated one, and those items
And that is
that were
in our packet.
It's in your very first front part of your packet. We're going from the current ARPA request list, and many of those items were
Doesn't
removed.
have it outlined though. It just has in this outline, it says, it has the COVID expenses and COVID support. It goes on.
And then-
Cisco
right.
can understand that. And then you have strategic plan development and then other COVID expenses. So I think we've been kind of covering that, but it doesn't have in here housing. But in the report, it says housing. Was that picked up or not? And then in the budget that was submitted with the packet, it also has finance will provide this T36 and other mandates. And it doesn't have the amount, but it says finance is going to provide that. Now, is that part of this request or is it not part of the request?
I'm out. No, it isn't. That's Title 36.
Yeah, Title 30.
Title 36 is not part of this particular
Okay,
discussion, because that is a mandated cost.
it is.
And we pay that based on what the caseload is on that. It's not something we can predict. Sometimes it's higher, sometimes, but again, that's on a as needed, but that's a required payment that we have.
Yeah, and I thought maybe that was eligible for this and that we're waiting for finance to tell us how much is eligible for it. So that's good to know it's not on there. Okay,
That has, and Siri, if you could clarify, that was already taken care of in the budget process earlier.
It was.
That's correct. So the document that you're speaking to, Supervisor Fowler, is in the historical reference material. So it's the historical versions of it. Erica Shaw, could you please pop up the yellow topped spreadsheet, the current ARPA request list?
And then we have, you have also in here social service, and that you're gonna be providing, you're gonna be sending out RFPs for housing for residents. Now, how does this coordinate with other housing requests that I understand that will be
Not
coming
showing.
from the outside? And there is also in here behavioral health. That is part of this request on the behavioral health side. Is this part of the board session that was conducted that was requesting for $2 million? Is that in your department, or is this a separate request from that presentation? And that is on page, let's see, I had marked it. You guys made us read a lot. But
We
just,
were trying to give you things that you'd already read, so it would be reviewed.
yeah, it is, and it's really good. It is on page 21, which is just the budget, and then it has how it's gonna be, the different positions.
Madam Vice Chair?
So
If I
I'm
could.
just trying to understand what is the request, because here it doesn't have everything that is in here, but it doesn't separate in this recommended column what was requested and what was not. I guess what you would just have recommendation, and then we have a different package here.
Okay, Madam Vice Chair, do you see this document that we have on the screen at the very, in it, Erica, it's right at the beginning, correct? It's the front package?
I do have that, but that doesn't have housing in there in the
No,
package.
it's been removed.
It's been, so yes, Vice Chair Fowler, if I can just clarify for you that in that original historical data, when we first were approached by the manager's office and finance to say, what are all of the COVID response things that, basically give us every area under the sun that is been impacted that HHS sees. And so that's what we did initially. So that's what's in your historical information. Obviously, knowing that there's limited dollars versus incredible need, then when the manager's office came back to us, we took down and pared down those things. So the housing, all those other things that you're seeing in that initial were things that have been removed, and this has been pared down to many of the things that I covered. Now in that line, there's a couple of items. It's not all inclusive in there. And again, it's not for a couple of reasons. One, because that amount, that 2.2 that was requested in there is now recommended at 1.5. So we've already just internally started, in anticipation of what may or may not happen from the board, we've already started working to say, okay, what are the things that we have to prioritize? So I hope that answers your question. There were in those initial things, yes, there were lots of categories, including adding to additional rental and utility expense, pots of money. We're going to continue to do those things based off of all the other funding that we continue to receive through federal and state resources as well as county dollars, but that initially was above and beyond that. So hopefully that clarifies. I know there's a lot of paperwork and a lot of information.
But it's really good. And this is our budget process. We always go through this. It's the same thing, and we will always appreciate going through it. But behavioral health has also been removed from this proposal.
So actually, and I know we're going to go down the line, and sorry, but we'll get to that in a minute because it's not removed. It's just been pulled out, and then we'll get into some specifics about that. But I don't want to jump ahead of Sue or Steve in terms of us walking down.
Thank you.
So is this making sense, Madam Vice Chair? This is the list that we are working from as our guide list today. And yes.
And it's good.
Okay, these have been pared down. This is our latest iteration that we're working for, and we're asking for your direction on. You will have other iterations in that historic material that has other detail, and that's why we included it, because we wanted you to have the answers that you may have asked previously and gotten the answers for, or excuse me, questions that you may have had previously and gotten the answers for. So if you wanted to remind yourself of those things, we included that in the historic information. But as you noted, it has been pared down substantially to this particular ask. And this one right now, we're on line 10, which is the pandemic team ask. Started at one time at 2.7, and the recommendation is 2 million. I'm sorry, that's correct. Yes, 2 million. And then we have several others. So are there any questions on the pandemic team request?
Do have a comment on that. What I want to caution is that, with all the new programs that are coming about, and just, a number of years ago, we went through the process, and I caution this with all departments. We went through with the public health, especially with public health, and saying, okay, what are mandates? What are programs that exist? What have we outgrown? Where are we? And we have really streamlined the public health. And with these new programs that are popping up, and that's why we're asking sustainability. Is this something that's going to be sustainable and laying the foundation for, for the future? So when departments really look at what their request is, how is it going to look into the future? Is it a new program that you're thinking is going to go under general funds after the 2 years, 3 years? Or is it something that is going to fix everything and we don't have to do anything else from it? And starting new programs and really depending on general funds, that's going to be something we're going to have to really be cautious of. I only say that because I know everybody's thinking that, but as a board, I think that's something that we have to think about.
Let me comment though from the staff, because I want to make sure that the board knows that the staff also agrees with the concern. Every year we go through a budget process where we look at base budget and increments on top, and they're all needed. There's no question about that. But in order to sustain programs going forward, we still have, our revenue as finite. And so when we look at the growth of our revenue, we're looking at our revenue sources and in determining of those revenue sources, what is our one-time and what is our ongoing revenue. And we've done a very good job in the last 10 to 20 years of looking at things from the standpoint of what is our one-time revenue and what is our recurring revenue. And that's going to continue going forward. We also have, though, when we look at what you just described, Lena, is we all have programs that are legacy programs and services that we provided, and we have to be looking at are those the needs going forward. And really, when we get at the end of 2 years or even 3 years in some cases, it'll be a choice. Right now, in some cases, we are doing the next 2 years of budget work now. So we're gonna be looking at this coming budget year, I think, very differently, because we are advancing some investments in areas of the county that we need to advance now. And having said that, though, reserving capacity in our general fund, recurring and one-time funding is going to be important, because at the end of 2 years, there are going to be some choices to make. The choices to make based on available revenue is, are we able to sustain the programs and services and positions we have today? Or are we going to make a choice about, in lieu of this option, we are going to make a different choice? And so, just to let the board know that we are concerned about our ability to sustain this for the next 10 years. And what I just said, the revenue available is what's going to drive those decisions and priorities going forward. Thanks.
Thanks, Steve. Mr. Chairman, you had a comment?
Mine was associated with that last sheet that you were showing that you were working from with current money. That's the same sheet that we sent out, just asking the board, do you have anything else that you want added to it? Just a quick clarification. Thanks.
Thank you. Supervisor Begay, did you have a comment or a question?
Not really, just sitting, listening, taking notes.
Great, thank you.
And some of the comments are made by other board members, something that I was gonna ask too, but I'm still here, and I just want to thank everybody for their presentations again.
Thank you. Supervisor Horstman, any questions on this one? We can go to the next one if not.
No, it's great to kind of try to do it line by line so that we aren't jumping back and going forward and going sideways, because my brain just can't handle it. I got to stay linear.
You and me as well, Supervisor Horstman. Our next one up is the Flagstaff and Williams Senior Nutrition Kitchen Improvements. On this one, Kim, I'd also ask you to expand on your explanation on all of the different food programs that HHS does support. This is specific because these are actually kitchens that we operate, but you do support other food programs across the county, and it'd be good to know about those so we can contextualize a full county perspective.
Great, and thank you. And is Erica able to pull that back up just so that then I can make sure, and I kind of, because then I can walk down like those next three, because they kind of are encompassed in some situations together. So thank you. So the Flagstaff and Williams Senior Nutrition Kitchen Improvements. So just to clarify for the board and for the public and all of those who are listening, the county, HHS, we provide services to Flagstaff and Williams for the senior meals programs that are administered out of those two kitchens and also senior centers in those two communities. And we do that with funding specifically from NACOG, which it actually provides the bulk of the funding associated with that, as well as some additional supplemental funds through the county. And the reason we only do that for those two communities is because the other communities in the county, including Page, they operate their own Page Senior Center. They do that through the city of Page. Fredonia, the town of theirs. And so HHS, and those were things that have evolved over time, and certainly Steve can speak to more of this as well, because much of this took place even before my time in the county as well. But so we have NACOG contracts for those two specific locations. The city of Page, the town of Fredonia have NACOG contracts specifically for their city and for their services. So we are responsible under our contracts with the city of Flagstaff and the city of Williams to maintain and do the kitchen improvements. So the city of Flagstaff owns the building for Flagstaff. The city of Williams owns the building in Williams, but the kitchens, as part of the contract, is that the county has the responsibility of doing the kitchen improvements. And the original ask of that, and these are one-time funds in essence, because these are improvements that are going to be made. This is not about staffing. There is that $1 million. We know as we are getting more and more information that those costs of doing those improvements, changing out the appliances, the other major work that needs to be done. These are old buildings, very old buildings. So they were, as you all know, that cost. So the recommendation, we asked for $1 million, which was $500,000 per kitchen. The recommended amount is $500,000 total. Honestly, I don't know how close we're going to be able and how much we're going to be able to accomplish. There are certain things that we are required to accomplish and address that have just been recently identified in some inspections and other things. But that is what this is about. It is about upgrading and updating these kitchens and making these improvements so that we can continue to provide those programs in those two specific communities. With that being said, the other places that we also, just to give a good overview with respect to not only the kitchen improvements, which hopefully I have answered, but also home delivered meals increase, that 540 ask and versus that $400 recommended amount. Currently, how Meals on Wheels works is that we have to provide under the NACOG contract, we can only provide service within certain miles of the kitchens that we operate, because temperatures of food and other things have to be maintained. So with that being said, this is about expanding beyond, and this does specifically speak to Flagstaff right now, and because it is part of our NACOG contract, to expand it beyond where it currently is able to be delivered, to expand it both into Cheshire, east of Fanning and Flagstaff. We've got a partnership with the Coconino Community College and their kitchen expansion. Michelle and her team has been phenomenal in working to get this to happen, so that then food could be prepped out of CCC's on the East Side's kitchen to then be able to expand delivery east out into beyond the city limits areas there, to provide additional seniors with meals, because we know a lot of our seniors are living further and further out of the city because it's cheaper, it's more affordable housing out there. And so there is a great need there. In Tuba City, just so to be clear too, the Navajo Nation Aging and Adult Services, they provide a program specifically that is direct from the state. So that is how that is being covered. And as I already mentioned, Paige and Fredonia. So that is what that Meals on Wheels expansion includes, is funding to be able to provide the resources, including staffing, and then of course the service vehicles and other things to be able to do that. As you'll see on there, the Meals on Wheels vehicle replacement, that is not recommended for funding. And so the intent is that with this expansion, that we will utilize to the best of our ability the things that we currently have in place to do that. Lastly, what I want to emphasize is, so this, we know seniors and food insecurity is a huge issue in our communities and across the county. So in addition to what we do with our senior centers and our Meals on Wheels programs, one of the other things that we were really excited to get our hands on is when we had written for that health disparities grant that, you know, was over $5 million. You all have been approving contracts over the last multiple months to award that funding. In addition to that, so that we can address that food insecurity, HHS is distributing funds to, and I'm going to go through a list of these, the following senior centers and food banks in the amount of $60,000. Each of them are getting $60,000 to go over the next 2 years, including the Talani Lake Senior Center, a Circle of Page, the Page Senior Center. We're going to be supplementing, giving through this grant additional funding to provide additional food, packaging, whatever they determine. The Fredonia Senior Center, Cameron Assembly of God, Grand Canyon Food Pantry, and the Ashfork Church. So each of them, so that's a total of over $420,000 from that health disparities grant that's also contributing to addressing our food insecurity needs. And then there's $126,000 that will go within the flat, in addition to that 420, so a total of 546,000. But that 126,000 that will go to within the Flagstaff area to also supplement some of the food centers and kitchens for additional food and packaging, including some of the work that we're doing with out of our own senior center food operation. So I just wanted to say that because in addition to what we're talking about today, which is ARPA, and this gets back to how we started our conversation, we continue to find all the other resources that we can couple together that are enhancing all of the things that we are trying to build and sustain to address the needs of our community and address those social determinants of health, which obviously food security is a very key one. So hopefully that answers that.
Thank you, Kim. That was great. So that covered both items 7 and 8, and also 9 as we go. The last one we have is 11, but let's get questions and concerns first on the information Kim's given us on items 7 and 8. And then with your permission, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, we'll take a quick break before we go into 11. So we'll start with comments and questions on items 7 and 8.
I have a comment.
Supervisor Begay?
Yes, we're talking about the vehicles, unfueled vehicle replacement. I want to know what the statuses are as far as the current vehicles that are delivering home meals.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay. And I know Michelle is on and has already been promoted. So I'm actually going to put Michelle on the spot and ask you to join me if you would, please, so that because you certainly have a better pulse on this with respect to our vehicles and what we're currently utilizing in the state of those.
Thanks, Kim and Chair Ryan and Supervisor Brigade. Great question. So what we're doing is reevaluating our service routes, utilizing some of those electric vehicles that the county has bought and using them as they're located closer to the 4th Street CCC campus and using them to deliver the meals. So kind of using the current resources we have and re-streamlining our Meals on Wheels routes. So we will be able to do it with our current vehicles without needing to add an additional vehicle.
Oh, okay. I think I just wanted to make sure that, you know, we were delivering the services and that we're not jeopardizing services or anything that, and maybe I was just thinking maybe the vehicle replacement really needed to be replaced, and that's the reason why. But if you have other means, you know, to do what needs to get done, then I guess that's okay then. That's the only question that I have, and that's about it.
Thank you. Other questions or comments?
No, I'm just a comment real quickly, and I love the fact you're using the electric vehicles. I think that's fabulous. But also I'm very supportive of this. You're right. You know, when you talk about food insecurity, you're talking about an incredible basic health need. So I'm very much in favor of the budget items as presented.
Thank you. Others? Supervisor Vasquez?
Sure, I just, again, want to reiterate what my colleagues have already mentioned. This is definitely a vulnerable population that we want to support and we want to provide services for and look for ways of expanding services that's sustainable. So I appreciate the proposal as is, and I look forward to seeing how we can maintain it moving forward.
Thank you. Madam Vice Chair.
Yes, thank you. Thanks, Kim and Michelle. I don't have any questions on this one. Thank you. And it's great service and very, very much needed. Sometimes, you know, our elders, this is about the only contact in the day that they have. So that fresh smiley face with food comes in. I think it's really a great uplifting experience for them. And that's what we need right now. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, all the same comments. And just a reminder of how much the need had expanded during this pandemic. So definitely hitting the right areas associated to response. Thank you.
Thank you all. With that, let's take, if you're amenable to a, Steve, did you have something? You're on mute, Steve.
Let's do a 10-minute instead of a 5.
All
Because
right.
we have some logistics we need to deal with. So if we
Sounds
just
great.
10,
That is
So
great.
that's
10 minutes is good.
which
We'll
is
come back
actually
at 10
which is
to 15.
actually 12 minutes, but you know,
Whichever.
10.
10:52
Yeah.
thereabouts.
Don't start that.
Okay, all right, everyone,
Then it'll be
Back to
15.
Christmas
Yeah.
plans.
be back in 9.
Thank you all.
Sue, come see me.
I will.
Water, soda?
Did I bring my water bottle? Yes.
Oh,
Here we go.
where'd you go?
I'm just gonna say.
Oh, wait, let me change the camera. The camera's on the wrong one. I'll be on the other side.
Steve, I am set up in the office now. Thank you.
Sounds like somebody's building out there.
Okay, I think. Mr. Chair. We should probably do a check-in in terms of time. We are on the first grouping, about halfway through. We had hoped to get through the first two groups this morning. Obviously, that's not going to work. Want to make sure that is there the opportunity to continue to working on the list. I know we're going to lose some of our folks for ACO affiliate meetings that start at 1:30. So,
Steve, I will offer that in communications with a lot of our CJ folks, they are able to stay on and continue on at 1 o'clock. And if there's other ideas like going through lunch, we can query them on that as well.
the only thing with Sue real quick, I don't know that those same individuals are at the ACO conference. So we have the clerk of the court, county attorney, other folks. So Mr. Chair, with that, seems like we just keep plowing ahead.
Yeah, do we have much, did we finish health or no?
We need to go to item 11 with HHS, which is their behavioral health proposal and our
Okay.
recommendation on that.
Okay, and leads into the next. Okay.
And then we would go to CJ, the CJ proposals after that, Mr. Chairman.
You know, my thoughts are, as much as I'd like to, you know, consolidate and pick and choose, you know, we definitely need to go through the courts. Yeah, I'm looking at, you know, I don't know how we can pick them apart because some of them have related conversations on that. Steve, do you have thoughts or no?
I agree. I think let's just keep going, plowing through. If there's is there an issue with us continuing the dialogue into the lunch hour for board members?
Lena has a meeting at 4 or at 12. Sorry.
At noon, okay.
Yeah.
And
I was going to hop in with her. I don't have to be there fully, but you know, if we took like, we're still going to need to go and grab something to chomp on for about 15 minutes or something. Maybe we can hop into that and I can come back. Are you okay with that, Lena, though? There's a nodded head. Okay,
so if we break at 12 o'clock for about 15, 20 minutes to let you participate in your meeting and come back.
Yes, that would be good. Hopefully it's not too long, but yes, thank you.
That'll be it. So that'll be the plan. We're going to plow ahead, break at 12 for about 15 or 20 minutes, come right back and keep plowing ahead.
20 minutes.
20 minutes. Okay. So with that, Mr. Chair, I think we're ready to go on. I'll turn it back over to Sue.
Thank you.
Thank you all. I would just ask if anyone has an issue and the communications I've been having with our departments and elected officials, if you would just text me and let me know what those issues are, I'd appreciate that. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, with your permission, we'll move on to one of the big ones, which is a behavioral health and crisis response proposal from Health and Human Services. The initial proposal was for $4,208,478. And our ARPA team makes 2 recommendations on this. The second one is an informal recommendation. The first part of that is that from that 4.2 million, the ARPA team is recommending 2 million, and that the remaining 2.2 million could be included in the community funding, that the ask could go to the community funding portion of that for services to come from the community. So right now we'll be speaking to the $2 million recommendation on this. And Erica, can you flash that up for reference point for item 11? So Kim, we are speaking to the behavioral health and crisis response. The standard Stanford University model called ALCOVE is what we're basing part of that on, and the deflection and diversion provider. And then also what's included in this and is not specifically stated in this is a structure for mental health oversight and programs within the Public Health and Human Services Department. And with that, I would ask both Kim and Steve, do you have anything that you want to offer on this before we turn it over to Kim to chat on this?
Oh, very quickly, though, it gets back to what we've been talking about before, is identifying the programs, and then, of course, having the staff at the program level begin to talk about how they all fit together. And so that certainly is part of this discussion. As we go on, is as an area of focus, mental health is very important. But again, let's get those programs in and get detail on how they coordinate with each other. So that's all I'll have to offer at this time. Kim?
Great, thank you, Steve and Sue, Chair Ryan, members of the board. So what I would, well, I want to give a couple opening comments to this, and then I know that Erica has a document that we had put together, and really what we're referring to this is recovery and resiliency, and really looking at behavioral health and how does that not only tie to recovery from not just COVID, but other obviously substance use disorders, other things that are happening in people's lives, and mental health in general and behavioral health in general. So with that being said, when we were originally asked to put forth a couple of proposals regarding how to address a couple of different areas, that has evolved in terms of across the board, as you're all seeing in your packets, with respect to everything in every area seems to be having a behavioral health component. So we recognize the need for that. So with that being said, we had put together a recovery and resiliency proposal, and again, very short turnaround. And so I want to give that caveat that, we used what we had initially to put forth some numbers. And I just want to state that as we go forward, we want to be able to take the time to be very strategic about what it is we do. We don't want to throw together programs or just use models of things that may or may not work for our specific communities. And, frankly, stating that from my perspective and certainly HHS's perspective, we're super excited about the opportunity to put some funding towards behavioral health. That continues to be a huge component of social determinants of health, as you are all aware of that. And how do we make this a piece of the continuum of the services that not only the county provides, but that our entire community provides, but actually do it in a very collaborative, but also succinct kind of way, so that we all know what each other is doing, and so that we're not all off running in separate silos. That's a tall ask. That's a tall order in terms of doing that county-wide. As you know, we got tons of different providers, not only just even within the county, but then outside of for our social service providers and our other behavioral health providers. So with that being said, Erica, if you wouldn't mind, and Steve and Sue, if you're okay with it, can I have her pull up that recovery and resilience? And it kind of just outlines what our original proposal, just the numbers piece was and where that came from. And then in respect to the $2 million, that is the recommendation. So I just wanted to show you this. Part of that recommendation was about the oversight for that division and what we're looking at in Health and Human Services to be able to provide and really look at what behavioral health programs do we support and enhance and start anew, if that is in fact what we're going to be doing, that we need a framework for that from the get-go. We can't just keep, this is a great idea and we all run off, because there's not enough people to do all the things that we're doing, including continuing to respond to COVID. So with that being said, you'll see on that sheet that oversight for a program division that would be our recovery and resiliency division, or pillar, if you will, under HHS. And so you'll just see that is literally just funding. That is funding a division manager position, and potentially, some, depending on how that plays out, at least a division manager position, and maybe additional depending on how we can reallocate resources. So then the next two pieces, you'll see there was a diversion deflection component related to, how are we keeping people out of addressing health needs and social determinants of health that then keep people from entering the criminal justice system. That's what diversion and deflection is about. And then you see the early psychosis intervention Stanford model that was mentioned. And one of the things that I want to say is that is about youth mental health specifically. So I want to be clear about what that is and what that means. And and I want to also be clear that just because those terms are used and that model is stated as being, what is on this piece of paper, though that was a baseline that we used to be able to put together some numbers for what that might look like. But understanding that our intent, if the board provides money and where they decide you all want your emphasis with respect to youth mental health, that before we go down any path, we need time to do some additional research, to gather additional information and community input, and really also look at where can we start such a program in our community that to pilot something on a small scale that we can be really successful at, and then ultimately replicate in other areas of the county and in Flagstaff. So I think that there's, I want to say that up front to all of you. So with that being said, you can see those numbers on there. The total ask was for 4.2 million. The recommendation is for the 2. And so with that being said, wanted to start there so that you have that idea around that clearly, we are only going to be able to scratch the surface and want to be able to take time to then build a framework and decide how best we can work with our partners and others. And then in addition to other funding that the board is either going to allocate to service providers and other things, that we can put forth something that we can come back to the board on as well and say, this is how we're going to go forward. So this is that money amount in that line item. What I would just say at this point in time is really a big component of building that structure so that we can actually have that oversight in HHS and the direction of that. And then, the ask of the board that we have some time to put some things together. I would love to be able to stand before you today and say, oh, we've got it all figured out. We don't, because we, haven't had enough time, and we need the resources to be able to do our homework, to do that research, and to go out into the communities and look at where what the real needs are, so that we're not just putting a program that works well somewhere else and planting it into our community. We want to be very diligent about looking at what is going to work in our communities, not just what's worked elsewhere. I think it'll be a meld of that, but and not referring it to a specific model, but calling it youth mental health at this time. So I'll stop there. And Eric, if you want to pull that down. Steve, I don't know if you have other things you want to add to that, or Sue initially, and then certainly I'm happy to answer some questions.
No, I think at this time, Mr. Chair, we would want to hear comments and questions from the board.
I'll be glad to start it out. I'm sure there's a lot of questions and comments. First of all, I think this is a long time coming. I think it's long overdue. Behavioral health and mental health certainly is a determinant of health, and it is a basic, health care service, not to mention obvious need. And I know that, we've had limited funds, and so you do the best you can, you get the biggest bang for your buck as you can with HHS. And we have been given a unique opportunity with the ARPA funding. I like the idea of doing a new division with a division director. And, we have seen, the board has seen various other mental health type of programs, including the one we saw with superintendent of schools. Totally, all of these are in great need and great demand in our community. But I think that if we have a program director, they can help to coordinate and work with the departments to bring them together to maximize, hopefully, the service that we're able to provide our community. And so I see the director as, basically working in collaboration, coordination, communication, and really maximizing the program and the services that we're able to provide, whether, superintendent of schools, there's going to be some overlap there, and to be able to coordinate their programs. And I know we aren't funding either to the extent, because we don't have the funds, we aren't going to be able to fund either to the extent that everybody would like, even if the request is being made, but hopefully in coordination and working together, they can kind of help to fill in each other's gaps, if you will. And so I really like the idea of a new division and a new division manager to oversee behavioral health. And I wish we had the money to fund it fully. Seriously, I mean, this is so long overdue, and diversion and deflection. I mean, we keep seeing as a board of supervisors, and it's frustrating. Just the criminal justice system goes up and up and up, and this hopefully will deal with some of that in the most positive manner and positive way you could through a diversion and deflection program. I'd rather spend my money hopefully helping to solve an issue than just basically put a Band-Aid on that issue and to house the problem, if you will, which our criminal justice system does to a great extent. A lot of those in criminal justice system, quite frankly, are mental health issues. So I think this is another way that we can, spend our money smartly and for the best interest of our community. So I am a very big supporter of the new program division within HHS and for a division manager within HHS. And I do hope that with these various mental health asks, all important, that this person will help to coordinate and communicate, some of these departments and overlapping services. So with that, thanks for bringing this to our attention. I'm excited about the prospects of this.
Thank you, Supervisor Horstman. Vice Chair Fowler?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Kim. I was wondering, you had requests for 4 million and then it was decided that 2 million would be in the community. Could you have done this all internal? It seems like that was your proposal, and then somewhere along the way, somebody decided that no, 2 million needs to go out to the community.
Mr. Chair, let me comment on that. As we were going through the process of identifying ARP eligible services and programs that as a county we provide, we certainly could consume those investments in total. So, probably 2 or 3 times that. But at the same time, we were also looking at the opportunity for the community partners to also be recipients of funding to do services that they do. Obviously the nonprofit sector has a broad reach, in some areas broader than we do. And so making that determination to reduce certain pots of funds or certain totals that we had originally thought of was intended in order to aggregate or to create a substantial or meaningful, if you will, a pool of funding for the community. And that's where the 5.1 came from. And of course, and with that though, and the point you raised, Lena, is of that, are we saying that 2 million is intended to go for mental health? That's a question, not a statement. We certainly don't want to put that as nothing is done. You all make you make the final determination. But that was the thinking behind creating those pools of funds. But in answer to your question, the board at your level certainly has the authority to, and certainly a role to adjust those totals as you see fit.
Thank you. And so the division director, that is a new division within the health department. Am I understanding correctly that this division is going to work across the county with all the proposals that are coming in for mental health, the school, the courts, in every department? Or I can't say every department, most departments they're requesting for this mental health, is that they're going to be coordinating internally and as well as externally, keeping track of where all the programs are and how they're all interfacing and delivering a streamlined approach. Sorry.
I'm going to start and then I'd like Kim to chime in. So with regard to the internal coordination, yes, that is the focus. But with regard to how we have the capacity for new programs to develop and research and grow those programs from scratch, that's going to be capacity driven. One person in that role will have their hands full just regard to just coordination, program development, but it's going to be a team effort. All of us are going to be working on that project together. It's probably going to be a little less of that when we look at the external grant programs. But again, it depends on what services are provided. So if there's a service that we're funding in the community that has the core focus is on mental health, that would be part of the coordination of the internal and the external together. Kim, you want to add to that?
Yeah, thank you, Steve, and thank you, Vice Chair, for the question. I also, and what I would just add to what Steve is saying is that under this division, the intent would be that we are looking at, as Steve had mentioned before, there's 6 or 7 different mental health related proposals out there. That's just what you're seeing right now. On a daily basis, I'm hearing of other things, as I know all of you are. And so really what we would be looking at is, yes, hopefully coordinating things in a way that but doing it strategically so that we are, and I guess I just put this out there because I don't want the expectation to be that, this division is here and then suddenly we can make all of these different proposals happen simultaneously. Because I don't want to set us up for failure. I want to be successful and I want us to be successful for our communities. And so having a framework and the understanding and the cooperation of all of our other departments, as well as our outside partners, that we need to be able to work together. We need to come together and say, okay, which cart and horse are we putting first? And what makes sense to do that? And then what can we launch and then jump into, and what things can we do simultaneously? And I'm not trying to state that, you can only do one thing at a time, but I also want to be realistic and make sure that we do these things. And to Steve's point, it's going to be capacity driven. And so certainly from my perspective, we're going to be looking to all of our partners to say, okay, what are the things, what do you bring to the table and how do you help support this financially, resource wise, with commitment to do those things that we can bring together. And I know you're all aware as well, we're working with the Sheriff's Department specifically on what looks to be, pretty guaranteed type of funding for a pathways program from a jail reentry component to this. And I have been asked on multiple occasions already, how does that fit with deflection diversion? We've had conversations with the county attorney. How does that fit with what the city of Flagstaff is doing with respect to the alternate response and those types of things? And my response, and this is Kim speaking, and I think that, Michelle and Eve and my staff support this as well, but my response is all of these things need to be components, and we're going to start some things. The city's doing some incredible things with this alternate response from the city of Flagstaff. We're going to be looking at this pathways piece, which we're moving forward and hope to, with the sheriff's great leadership and their presentation, hopefully there's a funding award that's going to happen by the end of the year, and we can truly be launching something in early 2022 with that program, but then really taking the time under this division, Vice Chair Fowler, of then how are we, strategically putting these things together, putting the resources where they need to go, doing it successfully, and at the same time, continuing to have, and because I don't want to lose sight of this, we want to then all be as a priority looking at the youth mental health component of as a separate piece of this that we're blending into this and how we roll that out. So that might have been a little bit more of a convoluted answer, but I did want to provide that not only for all of you, but anyone listening as well. Our goal is to take the existing services out in our community. At HHS, we're not going to be the do all end all. We can't be. We're not going to just suddenly take over all of the behavioral health services in Coconino County. That's not the goal of this. It's about looking at what are those things and where can we come forward to the county and make recommendations about enhancing funding to some of our partners that maybe are going to get us the service that we need to meet the end goal. These are going to take time. They're going to take, resource discovery. This isn't just about county dollars or ARPA dollars. This is about what are those other funding sources out there that we're going to be able to tap into collectively. And it's exciting stuff. It's kind of daunting, when you start talking it, but it's exciting. We're really excited about this opportunity.
We're excited as well, but we want to make sure that we're coordinating all the efforts throughout the whole county, not just within one region. And I just want to make sure that we really are coordinating millions of our dollars are just directed at mental health. And in youth, we just talked to our school superintendent. And then the diversion and deflection, is this the one that the county attorney has been talking about? Is this part of that, or is this a different idea?
It's not a different idea, Vice Chair. Thank you. Yes, it is what the county attorney has been talking about. He is also, and I certainly don't want to speak for him. I don't know if he's on the meeting or not. But certainly in terms of the big picture of the, both of what is certainly what is the jail diversion versus, obviously diversion and deflection and deferred prosecution, all of these pieces are parts of this puzzle to put together. And yes, the county attorney, we've had conversations, and this is what he was talking about, and had, attempted to get some, and is going back again with the legislature to try to get some specific funding to put towards this effort as well. So these are things that not every, like some of these things have longer term, other work that needs to be done before we can even start engaging in some of these things.
So the reason I'm asking is because I'm thinking that this is a case study that we can, prepare for the legislation because it hasn't been passed there. So this is, to me, this is a case study that we start and be able to take to the state. So that's how I'm thinking about that. So a lot more anyway. Yes, thank you. Mental health is important. It's not like it's not important, but ARPA dollars are pouring into it, and I'm just wondering, how are we going to impact those people that do not? We put up a flyer and say this service is here. People don't come. How do we reach those that don't come, that really need it, that don't realize there's a service like this? I just found out the other day that that there are several families that did not know that child credit tax credit was available, and here the deadline is November 15th. So after November 15th, people that did not get the message, they don't benefit from it, and these are the people that really need it. And so it's just that, I guess that's where I'm coming from. And I'm thinking, okay, how do we do this? I know we have a whole several years to figure this out, and coordination, everything has to happen. But, I'm happy that we're paying attention to mental health. But at the same time, we don't want to start programs that we're not going to be able to sustain and be able to, looking at our 10-year budget right now. So and a lot of coordination and interface within all the departments, that maybe a task force internally, case studies or something that needs to be applied. So, all right, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair. And I would just add that that's two key pieces to what you just said. One is that absolutely that is imperative that we do not go out and just create programs, especially when we talk about mental health and behavioral health, that we are not going to be able to sustain. That's why we don't want to just start a bunch of new stuff that is going to go away, because that's the most unsettling thing that could happen to someone who already has, issues and compromised mental health issues to begin with. So that's why we want to be strategic. And I say, back to your other point about how are we reaching those others and how do we intend to reach them? That's the beautiful thing about, in my opinion, about all of this, which is, I'm going to come back to the health disparities grant that we've got already out there working. We have built in health navigators throughout the county and with many of our providers. And this is, I can get you the list of all the places that are getting those health navigators. And the goal that, Tiffany Kerr is our program manager overseeing that health disparities grant. And she is tasked with a tall order of making sure that as we have put those funding out there and we're going to be hiring these positions, that there truly is those connections about how we're getting out to find those people, Vice Chair, that don't know about what it is that exists for them and help bring them to, or bring the service to them in the perfect world. That's our goal and our dream, so that they are being reached. So hopefully that.
A question to our county manager. So in this proposal, it has costs for the justice system. and the courts also has its own, CJCC has its own, Flagstaff, all of them have their own proposals for that, for mental health. And in this proposal, it's in there again. So if for some reason we do not use these dollars at the time that we say we're going to use them, because we pump too much dollars into the one place, I don't know, I don't think we are, but what if we did and it was not used, because here's the court system, here's the school, this is all criminal justice in right here. And so then what happens with it if we do not use those dollars? Does it just go back? We need to ensure, I know you're all very good at making sure dollars are used and a lot of coordination happens, but I just have to ask that because mental health is term is used in different ways. Like this one is behavioral health. The school was building resiliency, and there's different terms being used for it.
So the question, I think what you're asking me is that if we have a situation where we are underspending in certain areas, can we reallocate? Is that your question, Supervisor?
Yes, and how do we make sure that we do not, send the federal dollars back? These are very important dollars that we want to make sure that our communities use, benefit from every dollar that is in our county. We don't want to send any dollars back.
And I'm glad Siri popped up because that's an element of our routine reporting. So Siri, you want to explain our performance tracking on this?
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair Fowler. So part of what we are required to do in every quarterly report that we submit is to identify a project number and name, so a unique identifier for everything that is funded through this process. And we have to report progress. So whether it's a subrecipient or funding that we are working on and funding internally, we have to identify what are our measures of progress and be able to report on that. So the good news with that is that we will have information to share with the board on a quarterly basis of the status of all of the projects that have been funded and our approximate completion on those projects. Therefore, if we see something that really isn't seeming to hit the milestones that we thought they would be at, we can incorporate that into budget discussions for reallocation. We do have the opportunity throughout to reallocate the funds. So if there are other emerging needs or things that come up where there's areas that are being underutilized, the board can certainly do reallocations to other eligible initiatives.
Thank you. So let's say next year or the year after, we notice that there's a new issue that comes up that really needs the funding, we'd be able to address that.
Well, the board would need to go through a process of reallocating those dollars, but yes.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Other members of the board with comments or questions?
I have comments.
Supervisor Horstman?
Yes,
I'm sorry, was
thank
that Supervisor Horstman?
Yeah, thank you. So let's assume that the board decides that we would like to fund the HHS program more than the 2 million. I think what you're saying, and I just want clarification, let's say if we want to, and then I want to have another question, but if we're able to if we add more money to this, will it come out of that 5 million that has been allocated for community partnership programs? And I think the answer is yes.
Yes.
So my question also is, since we're funding it less than half of what the ask was, and you identified, division managers, I was going to just pay for your division manager, the diversion deflection and the early psychosis intervention or the youth program. How much is going to those programs, if anything, if this gets only a $2 million allocation?
Kim?
Yeah, so thank you, Supervisor Horstman. And Erica, I don't know if you have that sheet you can bring back up real quickly. And if not, that's okay. I can go by what I recall. Actually, there she is. So if you look across this spreadsheet up there, that total request with respect to the program, the division, is that just just under $840,000 going across those 4 years. And then you see that there's 1.4 with respect to the youth model, and then 1.9 with respect to the diversion deflection. And so with that being said, there's basically, a little over $1 million, $1.2 million that is not about the program, the division manager piece of that can go directly toward implementation of one or both of those. And I say that because as we put together this proposal, and I want to give the caveat that, again, one, we had a very, very short window of time to put together numbers around this, and without a bunch of, opportunity to explore that. What we intend with the youth mental health component of this is that is definitely a piece that we want to speak, not just begin with, but continue, because obviously a lot of work has already been done through Stronger as One, and otherwise want to be able to look at that and pilot it on a smaller scale. So when you look at that amount that was put together, that was trying to encompass what that could look like in 1 or 2 communities. And so we can take a smaller community per se, we'll use Page, for example. We can take and say, okay, maybe we start something in a small community that we get up and get all the information, we get up and running, and then we say, look, this is working great. Now let's go replicate it around the rest of the county, for example. So we can scale this, I guess, is what I'm proposing, and what we're proposing as a team is how do we scale this? And so with the diversion deflection piece, there may not be much of, obviously you can look at the amount of money, there may not be a lot to put directly toward that out of these dollars, but it doesn't mean that there's not going to be work at least getting started. We've already started some of it, quite frankly, in terms of doing some of that research and looking at where are the pieces, working with the county attorney, going and with your advocacy back to, Lena's point about what are the other components that could be for the advocacy.
So I guess, Kim, if I understand then, there will be 1.2 million left. There has not been a determination of how that 1.2 million will be allocated. So, and I'm just throwing this out. Obviously there are community programs right now that nonprofits are heading up that could totally dovetail with what we're wanting to do. And that 5 million for community is going to give us that ability to have that type of partnership. So I get that. On the other hand, I want to make sure that we are coming up with a new division and a program that we're funding to the point where it can be successful and provide the services that we're looking at being able to provide for our community. So it's like, if the services are already out there, we can partner with them, that's great. But if they aren't, should we be looking at pulling some of that money back into HHS? That's my question.
Thank you, Supervisor. And as you'll see on this too, and I want to, you see down there under the oversight and what that includes in terms of the staffing. The other pieces, yes, I without getting into all of the specific details with respect to where the money goes, a portion of that absolutely is about providing the direct service. And again, this is looking at who is best to do that, and can we then, enter into contracts and IGAs and whatever, depending on where that is best suited to actually perform the direct services that are going to be needed. So that will be absolutely the goal in doing this. And then hopefully being able to add to whatever else other funding for all of our community partners, that we can say, okay, yeah, the board's allocated X to these partners. And so we're going to work with you because we need these components of this program to have service provision in X area of the county.
You make a great politician. So my question is, can you do this for 2 million? Can you do this? Is this going to be doable for $2 million? For the 2 million ask?
It's a start.
Yeah, I was going to say it's a start, and it's
let me just. So, I'm going to go back to your statement about the politician statement. It really is kind of what we know at this point in time, and I understand what you're saying. if we have a smaller amount of funding, will we need a division structure to manage that? And it depends on the types of services and programs that we are looking to do at whatever level internally, but then how do we coordinate with providers? As we said before, we do not want to take up any space in the provider network that's being currently provided. That's not what we're not trying to compete. If anything, I want to go back to the original intent of this position is to coordinate the mental health services and programs within the county primarily. Some of it may not be, we may not have programs that we develop, but we still have programs that exist right now. We have restoration of competency. We have, of course, good programs in the school superintendent's office. We have the program, the jail reentry program that's being developed as we speak. And so even with a small amount of funding to develop a new program, there still is a need to coordinate existing programs internally here in the county.
Absolutely. So you're saying, yes, we can do it with 2 million, and that I am leaving it, I am absolutely leaving it in your capable hands. If that's what you're saying we can do, leave it at that. So my inclination might have been to provide more money to this program and take a little out of the community monies available. But I'm gonna, if you all have taken a look at this, if that's your recommendation, I'll go with it.
Supervisor Horstman, thank you. Supervisor Begay, my apologies. I did not hear you earlier. Please, your comments and questions.
Yes. What I'm thinking is that, I was really looking for the terms of intervention, prevention, partnerships, and coordination efforts, and strengthening and prioritizing services and diversity, and also those are key words that I was kind of looking for, and I just want to let you know that all of that has you presented, and I do have that. I think it's very important, that this is being brought before us, the proposal, and I support it. And I, for one, I always talk about prevention, intervention, and getting help for people that have mental issues and other issues. So out of this whole thing, I guess, my question would be the cultural and traditional aspects of this, program that's going to be established. As you know, there are a lot of different diverse cultures and people here within Flagstaff area. So that's one piece that I would like to have considered is the cultural and the traditional practices that would help, in certain ways, because we all have certain beliefs that, as far as, getting healed and getting help and stuff like that. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay. Chair Ryan?
No, actually, good questions from everybody. My questions are answered. Again, it comes back to, it's an area that we've talked about that we really want to try and invest in. We know there are multiple pieces. We're not going to be able to do it all, but how can we launch and start to build the program? It is a pilot program. It's going to take coordination. And so, no, I like what I'm seeing here. So I'm good.
Thank you. Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you. I'm really encouraged by the proposed program. I really wish we could fund it at the full amount, and I recognize that we're trying to make sure we cover everything. My question, and it was partially answered already, was kind of the same as Supervisor Horstman about, is 200,000 enough to be able to do this moving forward? It sounds like some of that answer comes from the other community partnership funding. But I just wanted to hear your thoughts on that.
Yeah, and Steve, if you're okay, I'd just like to make a couple of comments and, and going not only for Supervisor Vasquez, but also back to Supervisor Horstman's, can you do it? And so I want to be clear about and reemphasize what Steve said, which is it's a start. it is not what was the full programs. And we recognize that, and we want to be able, and I think going back to what Vice Chair Fowler had asked about before, if there's funding that's not being utilized, what I would like to challenge us all to do, including our own internal team, is that we get started on a couple of priority areas and in working with the others and other programs that they are interested in, and decide where we launch from. Because yes, absolutely, we need the full funding if we're going to do those 2 full things across the county as we had discussed. But we also know that things take some time to implement. And so we can get that going with the 2 million, with the understanding that we'll be back talking about, here's the things that are succeeding and here's the things that maybe aren't. And hopefully that's a bigger dialogue with the entire board and county-wide about where is that funding that can be funneled into the things that are launching quicker and more effectively, and be able to do some of that. Being nimble, I think we're just going to have to really be nimble as we go forward, looking at how we're going to put this together. So thank you. That was the comment that I wanted to make. And I wasn't trying to, I wasn't trying to sound like a politician. I was just trying to make sure that I, don't overcommit and under deliver. And
I was only giving you a hard time. I really support what HHS is doing here. And we want to make sure that we are giving you the tools to be successful. And I know there's a lot of, kind of balancing a lot of interests and a lot of balls in the air at the same time that you're juggling. But that's why I was, I know this is a start. Is it going to be a good enough start? And quite frankly, I'm going with your recommendation. And I really want to support this, and I'll take your recommendation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Horstman. Supervisor Vasquez, did that complete your questions?
Yes, but I had a follow-up question, and that was just on the diversion deflection and how that's different than what's going to be proposed later from the justice and the courts.
So I don't want to speak for the justice and the courts. I just in terms of addressing the diversion and deflection, I think there's so many of these pieces that are interconnected. In order to do a true diversion deflection program, that's going to absolutely have to involve law enforcement, our communities and family members, our service providers. There are so many, because the idea behind that is that then people aren't ever entering the criminal justice system. But that is something that's going to take, quite frankly, it's going to take some policy change with respect to how we approach drug offenses, other kinds of offenses that, what leeway does law enforcement have around where, do people get referred to charging or do they not, because they have possession of drugs or drug paraphernalia, those types of things. So it's not separate to answer it very simply, Supervisor Vasquez. And so I think that's the key piece to all of this, is how do we together, without quite frankly talking it to death, but taking action and deciding where we need to take action first. Where's the funding already, back to the jail, the program, jail reentry kind of program, where we know there's some direct funding there, that if we can set that up. So where do we get started and see what starts to impact things? And then how do we start to integrate those other pieces?
Which creates the reason why that director position or that coordinator position is so crucial for these efforts, because if you don't have the person that's managing that and pulling everything into that one anchor, then this can go in a lot of different directions. So I appreciate the proposal, and I support the recommendations as well, and look forward to seeing how we can complement this proposal with other programs and how we fit all the puzzle together. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Vasquez. With that, if there are no additional comments or questions, we have come to the end of our first section. We again have 3 sections. Our next section is is criminal justice. So before we move on to that section and continue through, I want to do a couple points of order. It's 11:45. We have a hard stop at noon. And then we will come back at approximately 12:20. We're losing a couple of board members briefly for an interview. And hopefully that will give them sufficient time to do what they need in that period of time. We lose the vice chair to a phone call during that period of time as well. So just want to make sure we're all in agreement and that our schedules have not changed, correct? Okay, so before we leave this list, and Erica, if you could put the this list back up for us, please, with the yellow header.
Excuse me, Sue, I apologize. I need to, for the interview we were talking about, I need to head to the county office. And so I'm gonna need to, is now a good time for me to sign off and just
Give
be
me
in
one
transit?
second, Supervisor Vasquez. As we look at this list, I just want to confirm we have been through each of these options that have been recommended. And overall, the board has given the nod at this point, not the final thing, but we are good on this list. Do we all agree with that? No additional questions, correct? You good?
Yep.
Okay, great. Please speak up if not, because I don't have a full screen of everybody. Okay, then we're going to move on at this point to criminal justice and get started, though we know we have a hard stop at noon. And did I interrupt someone?
Well, no, Sue, real quick. So Supervisor Vasquez asked, he needs to come down to the county office for this interview. So he's going to be in transit. So he's going to be out of touch. So do we want to, before we start this new group, do we want to let those things happen and start our break now until 12:20 in order to allow folks time to get to where they need to go for their interviews and then get back after to accommodate Supervisor Fowler's meeting?
We can do that and take a larger lunch. What would the board's reaction be to that?
Sounds good.
Okay, so let's do that. So-
Yes, and we just got word that the interview's actually at 12:15. So it's probably realistic that that's gonna take 5 to 10 minutes at least, so.
So do you want to come back at 12:30, 12:25? Okay.
12:30?
Let's do 12:30. That's just the way schedules are working very oddly today. So
Fluidly
12:30. So we're going to break now. We have a lot of noon commitments and a lot of things that are happening. We'll come back here at 12:30 to start on the justice list.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Hi, Lindsay. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Kim. Can you hear me?
I can. Perfect. Thank you.
Okay.
Steve, it looks like Supervisor Horseman is here.
Mhm.
Lindsay, this is Sue. Could you add Supervisor Vasquez as a panelist, please?
I don't see him on as an attendee yet, Sue.
I'll check in with him.
He's near the bottom of the list.
Okay. There we go. Thank you, Steve. Okay, he just needs to accept it. Supervisor Vasquez, can you please accept the promotion for panelist? There. Oh,
I'll check in, Lindsay.
Yes.
Hold on.
So have we heard, do we need to sign in or anything for tonight for IRC?
It's not a re-registration like it was for Saturday, so we'll have to get there to turn in our speaker slip. I think what I'm gonna do, hey Trey. See if Trey can get down there early and maybe sign us all up.
Trey is just go ahead and back to his desk, Steve.
Okay,
Give him a couple seconds.
okay, so I texted. Hmm.
I'll let him know you want to talk to him. Steve, if it's okay while we're waiting, I just want to acknowledge that we have a huge contingent of county staff and a few folks from outside who are joining us and have stayed with us since the beginning of this morning. And I anticipate through the end of today. So thank you for that.
Thank you everyone for being here today. Let's see, who's going to do something.
Steve, I don't see Chair Ryan yet.
I don't either. I don't. I just texted him to see, he may have gotten caught up on another call.
Okay.
See,
Supervisor Begay, are you there?
She's there. She's in the panelists.
Okay.
okay. Let's see, Supervisor Vasquez, are you connected?
He should be.
Okay. And we've got and Supervisor Horstman. So we do have a quorum.
I know we have a lot of people waiting, so we should probably, I think he turned the reins over to you, Steve, so we should probably just proceed.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and get started. Just to start the afternoon session. The afternoon session are two categories. One will be justice investments, criminal justice investments for a number of justice stakeholders, departments in the county. A very quick background. As I indicated earlier in my comments, originally investments in the criminal justice system to deal with COVID-related delays was not allowed. We did submit advocacy and testimony and request to have that changed, and that ended up getting changed to allow for those types of investments. From there, we engaged Jeff Coker, retired presiding judge, and Gary Kersmart, a retired court administrator, to embark on a series of interviews with all of our justice departments. The narrative of that is included in your binder, and from that, though, we do have the itemized list that you will see in a moment, and we'll ask Erica to project that on the screen. Today, we have in the attendee, we probably should start identifying those individuals that are likely to receive questions. I see presiding Judge Dan Slayton is on the attendee. And so with probably some questions in that direction, if you can go ahead and pull him over to the panelist side. Judge, you'll need to accept the invitation to join as panelists.
Lindsay, let's also elevate to a panelist, Clerk of the Superior Court, Val Wyant.
Okay.
And we may want to also include Court Administrator Sharon Yates.
Good. Okay, and Matt Ryan is on his way. He'll be here momentarily. He's finishing up one more thing. So with that, why don't we go ahead and proceed with projecting the list, and then Sue, I'm going to turn it back over to you for facilitation.
Thank you. To begin, Erica, can you put up the ARPA request for the criminal justice caseload? Thank you. So we'll start at the top, which is the Clerk of the Superior Court. The ask in this was for 4 court technicians, 2 admin spec 2 positions as well. And what you see is a recommended amount, which is half. This was a 4-year total. And what you see is a recommendation for 2 years to comply with the rigidity of the ARPA regulations as it pertains to employees. And the law library improvements, which would be to allow for these additional staff, that is a hard cost of $100,000. So with that, does the board have any questions for the clerk of the Superior Court? Clerk Wyant is here with us. And also Tom Hanachek is here if we need to promote him. He gave us a revised amount on the law library improvements.
Very quickly, Sue, if I just clarify that the improvements to the law library are the improvements to the space, not necessarily the library as a program.
Correct. It's to allow Clerk Wyant to expand into some available space in the library space, which is adjacent to her own space.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you for the clarification. So that's a $720,000 ask for the staffing for 2 years and $100,000 for the law library tenant improvements for the clerk's use. Any questions, concerns for Clerk of the Superior Court Val Wyant? And you can go ahead and take that down, Erica. Thank you.
You know, the only comment I would make is the same we're making for all that where money, ARPA funds, which as we know are 3-year funds that are being used for FTEs. And that is when when the money runs out, there may be people may lose their jobs. I mean, I'm not sure how, I do not see any way the county is going to be able to take on all of the FTEs that are being requested to be funded under the ARPA funds. With that said, I have no questions, and with that caveat, I would support both of those recommendations.
Supervisor Begay?
I also support both. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Vasquez? You're muted, Supervisor. Say something again for us.
He's got mouse type of thing.
Think
He might have to
so.
go out and come back in.
You will probably. Supervisor Vasquez, you'll have to go completely out of the meeting and come back again and be re-promoted. Lindsay, you'll find him when he comes back.
Yes, I'm watching for him.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman.
An elevator, quick catch me up. We've been seeing this stuff, so I should be able to pick up quickly.
You bet. We're at the CJ category, and we're starting off with recommendations for the Clerk of the Superior Court, which is she has noted the need for 4 court technicians and 2 admin spec 2s. The initial request was for 4 years at $1.4 million. The recommendation is for 2 years at $720,000.
Yes.
And there's also $100,000 for some improvements to some space in the law library, which would allow her to house those employees.
Yes.
Any questions for you, Mr. Chairman?
No, actually, I support the intent. This is a long conversation Val and I have been having for what, how many years now? Yeah. And not just Val, others also. We listened, we just couldn't do, and here's an opportunity. So I know the need's there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Supervisor Vasquez.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right. So first off, I want to say I'm supportive of the proposal and the recommendations. My only question was to reiterate what Supervisor Horstman said about sustainability, what happens after ARPA, and how is the county, what's the plan beyond these 2 years? And so that would be my question.
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Vasquez, I will respond to that. So as the chair indicates, it has been an ongoing conversation for many years we have been severely understaffed in the clerk's office for quite some time. And during that duration, I mean, we're talking decades, a lot of my staff has been funded not by the general fund, but by our special revenue dollars. And so I just think kind of, it's time to grow the clerk's office. We are very appreciative of the recommendation and all of your support for expanding my team because it's needed. And it was needed before the pandemic/outbreak, as we're calling it now. And so moving forward after those 2 years, I would think that we could continue to have this conversation. I think it gives us the ability to boost our work product within the clerk's office, make some changes, get some things as far as our retention digitally born, into the state library and archives. That's a whole other project. So we can get those things done, but then there's the conversation of continuing that capacity moving forward, thinking back that for many decades, we didn't have general fund support. So I think it's time for us to just really have that conversation and retain the staff that is needed to run the efficiency of our department. So I hope that answers you.
Great, thank you. Yes, I just wanted to hear some thoughts on how we're going to maintain this, because I too would be concerned if we create positions only to have to remove them in 2 years.
Absolutely. And I share those concerns as well. We will definitely let our new staff know this as they agree to the positions. And then there's always the concept of, whenever we have a vacancy, we would fill those positions first, probably with these individuals, and kind of work through that. We will do what we can. And the other side of it is although the clerk, myself, acts as the chief financial officer of the entire Superior Court, all fines, fees, any money that flows through the Superior Court goes through our office. So we do handle quite a bit of money. However, that money does not get retained back to my department. So having funded a lot of the staff in those special revenue funds for so many years, it's just depleted. So I really need the reprieve. And then, in the future, that doesn't mean that we can't have these conversations again. But I do appreciate the dialogue, and we'll just all keep our eyes on it.
If I can make a comment also, please. So we're going to have this, good question to each of the requests. And we've had them to each of the requests this morning. And what I indicated this morning is, we do not have the general fund capacity to carry all the positions that have been requested forward. But having said that, and knowing that now, and going out 2 or 3 years, with the sustainability planning on these investments starts today. It is looking at our revenues going forward, projecting growth, identifying those years where we are going to have to plan for recessionary models, in which time the revenue is not growing as much. We're also going to be looking at creating capacity within the organization, and creating capacity, looking at rebasing things, looking at possibly a zero-based budget, where we go back and say, we have really looked at our base budgets, and for the most part have used that base budget model as a way to identify, here's things that, here are investments, or here's capacity that doesn't typically change. But we're probably going to be going through a process where we do a zero-based across the board to identify additional capacity. We certainly at this point in time have the benefit of a growing sales tax base, and that's reflected in some of the recommendations we're making today on one time. And going forward, while we want to we'd like to hope that occurs, we're not sure. So again, I think all these things together, we'll be looking at that. And the other topic, the other part I mentioned today, is we're probably doing the next 2 years, if not 3 years, of budget discussions and decisions today, which does not mean we're going to do the same thing every year from this point forward. A lot of these this pre-awarding of budget capacity, that's happening now, but that means that we're not going to be in the position to have that same kind of a discussion each year with the budget process that we typically normally go through. And then, of course, as Clerk of the Court mentioned, looking at special revenue funds, those have been trending down. years and years ago, we could look at storage and retrieval in the clerk's office as a very substantial part of the budget with regard to supporting technology and positions. And that's we're seeing that across all of our CJ departments, where fines and fees that have been used to support programming and positions has been declining. Again, this has been a trend over the past few years. Thanks.
Other questions and comments? Okay, we'll move on to the next one. Sounds like we've got what we need there. The next one is for the Superior Court. The Superior Court new division, a bailiff, a mental health coordinator, 2-year pilot, and courtroom technology. The court itself, the proposal is 1.35 million. And the technology portion is 313,000 roughly. And it is in 2 parts. Please.
So
Steve,
very
go ahead.
quickly, Lindsay, can you allow Supervisor Fowler's in the waiting room?
Thank you.
Thanks. Let's wait for Supervisor Fowler to arrive. She is here. Okay.
Great. Erica, let's go ahead and throw it up. That's a big number and we want to make sure everybody can read it. Supervisor Fowler, welcome back. We are starting on the criminal justice. We are now at the Superior Courts, the Superior Court new division that includes 1 bailiff and a mental health coordinator.
I'd like to find out about the court.
We're just getting started.
The clerk.
Oh, the clerk. So we just went through the clerk's office, which was a proposal for 4 court technicians and 2 admin spec positions for a total of 1.44 million for 4 years. The recommendation is 720,000 for 2 years, and some improvements to some areas in the law library that would allow the clerk of the court for her staff to expand into that area. And the clerk of the court, Val Wyant, spoke to us about this and acknowledged that their sustainability is going to be a challenge and asked for an ongoing discussion about the sustainability after that 2 years. Questions for her?
And I guess I need to understand the bigger picture on how these, the backup of the court cases. And I guess that I guess I need to hear the court and the whole court system to understand how the backup of cases are going to be addressed. I know it's from multi departments and programs. So thank you.
You bet. Supervisor, Vice Chair Fowler, would you like to talk about it? Would you like to start in terms of the new division? And then we can pull in the individual pieces. We have many different actors in this criminal justice system here. If we start perhaps with the new division, and then the clerk of the Superior Court can weigh in how a single court's backlog may cause backlog for her, et cetera. Would that work for you?
However way it works, where it will be able to, we'd be able to understand the bigger picture and be able to say, okay, we understand why this is being proposed to address this particular problem. Is that the only issue? Is there another issue? Right now, we've been just hearing just the backlog, and here once again, mental health is here again too. So anyway, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. One reminder is that for ARPA and the approval for criminal justice caseload to be part of ARPA, it has to be directly affected by the pandemic. So that's what you see, and that's largely why you see the recommendations taken from 4 years to 2 years, in that this caseload bubble that exists. The recommendation was based on funding, of course, but the idea that that backlog could be dealt with within 2 years if we were able to get these recommendations passed. So with that, you see all of the different departments that are affected under the criminal justice caseload, including the clerk of the superior courts themselves, the justice courts, the public defender, and the county attorney. Erica, is that down to the bottom of that sheet?
Yeah, I believe we understand that. We just need to see the overall arching picture and then be able to see how it's being addressed. Because we're pumping millions of dollars into them in all these different departments, and how does it all address into that overload? And then, so, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Well, let's start with Judge Slayton and have him address, if you go back up, Erica. Let's have the judge talk to us about the new division and how it is designed to deal with that bubble of caseload and what we hope to see with that 2-year pilot. Judge, could you provide some comments to that point?
Sure. Chair Ryan, Madam Vice Chair Fowler, Board of Supervisors. The issue that I've spoken to you about individually is because we stand kind of in an unprecedented area where we are faced with, I would say, confidently, a greater number of cases than we've ever faced before. But more than that, what I can say accurately is a greater number of trials as a result of those cases than we have ever faced before. And as I have indicated before to all of you individually, the most amount of trials that our court ever did were 17 trials in 1 year. We're now faced with about 60 plus trials to be accomplished that are set between now and next year. Please understand that when we say a trial court division, that means that we handle not only just criminal cases, but we are also tasked with handling all of the civil cases that have been filed in Coconino County, as well as our special assignments that add on to the calendar. The division, when you talk about a division, you have to, and hopefully, Madam Vice Chair, this will help answer your question. You have to envision, as you walk into the courtroom, who are the people that you see there? Who are the departments that are represented by the folks there? So you will have the adult probation department. You'll have the clerk's office. You'll have the county attorney's office there. You'll have the public defender's office there. You'll have our bailiffs, our court security, as well as the judge and the court reporter. Adding a number of cases directly affects all of those, either both upstream as it goes upstream, or also downstream as it becomes as the cases progress. So you have an increase in cases from the county attorney's office, or increase in trials. You have to have a certain amount of prosecutors and defense attorneys able to handle that case. As it goes into the court, then you have to have the judges who are able to handle it, pretrial services officers, assisted by the clerks. As the caseload increases and the case filings increase, the only way to have an efficient resolution from the very beginning is to have the clerk's office able to take the cases as they are filed and efficiently process them into the trial court divisions. And so, hopefully that gives you a very broad, maybe a 10,000-foot view of how the system works. So when we talk about a division, we're talking about everybody in that division, all the departments that go into that division. I don't know if that answers your question, but I'm certainly, I hope it did. So let me continue on, I guess. In terms of having the division, we are at the point of trying to figure out what is the way that we can, in fact, efficiently and according to our Constitution, according to the speedy trial rights of defendants, as well as victims, be able to process our cases. And the division in my opinion, this division is the only method whereby we can begin to make a significant effect on the number of cases that are set for trial. Is it the only way? No, there could be any number of things that could happen. But right now, the only thing that we know is we are set for trials. We see no end to the increase in the filing of cases. And as a result, we need to be able to process those cases according to our Constitution and to do it in an efficient manner. And so again, starting with the county attorney who decides to charge a case, the number of cases that are then filed through the clerk's office, the clerk's processing of that, pretrial services coming into play from the adult probation department, our Flagstaff Justice Court, our justice courts also having to handle the increase in case filings, and then finally coming up to the division where the case will ultimately be resolved.
Judge Slayton, I just want to thank you for meeting with us prior to these meetings to create a better understanding, because it's really complex, it's like, how in the world do, piles of boxes, you can only envision all these boxes of files, no one is touching, and just put it in the closet and close it. And it's like, but everybody's working every day, so why aren't you addressing it? So I just want to thank you for your patience with us, all of the staff, your patience with me, I would say me, in trying to understand and wrestle to some kind of understanding on how it's very complex and it touch every person working within the court system. And of course, our citizens that are having to address their issues and having them be delayed and just waiting out there. And that is something that I know is very stressful on their part, and not being able to get a relief and to be able to not have that stress over them. And it impacts the individual as well as their families. So I think that with you explaining it through this process, I have a better understanding, and just want to thank you for you and your staff and all of the different departments within your courts to be able to, address this very complex issue.
Well, again, I want to thank the Board of Supervisors for the time you gave to me to meet with you individually. I know that you're extremely busy. These are extremely important decisions. And again, I do appreciate the time that you all gave to me.
Supervisor Horstman.
Yes, hi, and hi, Judge Slayton. Thanks for taking the time again this afternoon, and certainly appreciated the time you spent with us earlier as well. And I think it's a big ask. Obviously, it's a large item, but we also need to understand that providing court services, Superior Court services to this community is not a service; it's a right. It's a constitutional right. Providing access to our court system and speedy trial and speedy access to our court system, is an equity issue, it's a social justice issue, and it's a constitutional mandate. And so as much as we would prefer not to see the kind of money we have to spend on an ongoing basis, it is a necessity. And I know that it's been, from talking with you, 11 or 12 years since we've had a new division, and since that time, the needs of our community for access to the court system have continued to go up, and now we're faced with this backlog, which we have never really been able to fully get our arms around, because we don't have all the information from all the different departments that feed into the court system. But it's clear that there's a backlog, and there's going to be a backlog, and it's going to take at least 2 to 3 years. And yet we still need this division. So it's not like the need is going to go away once the backlog is hopefully reduced or alleviated. We still need this, and we still need this to provide the opportunity for justice and access to justice for our community and our residents. So I do support the recommendation as presented. I wish there was more money that was coming to us from the state. We always say this, but it is the truth, that there was money coming to us from the state to handle some of these, constitutional mandates and responsibilities, but there's not. I think this is what the ARPA funding was intended for, is to help with the losses and help with the additional expenses that were derived because of COVID. And this certainly fits into it, both now and then our need to serve our community in the future. So I'm in supportive of this. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Horstman. Chairman Ryan?
Well, thank you, Judge, and thank you, Sue. Actually, it's I'm in support of it, although, a piece of my conversation would be related to, right now we have a caseload that's up. I don't know if we have the capacity in the future. Now, Judge, as you met with us, you had some ideas where you may be able to whittle away, trying to come up with an offset associated with this. With the understanding, if we hit a point and after we get through this caseload that we're starting to get backed into the corner, we may have to step away from this division also on it. You did bring up the idea of restoration to competency, although that also needs to play out with all the other areas, mental health, other areas that we touched that. I'm intrigued by that because we're perplexed right now with what to do. I don't have as much confidence in us as a community of having the full capacity, but it is an area that I think we need to wander into. And so I'm not sure how much savings can be gained there, so much as the need associated with building that capacity within the community. And that's in deference to partnerships that we might be able to have within the community on that. But that I see it as a recommendation now, where before we were pausing on that. We had discussions leading up to this, not only with the courts, but with various sectors playing a role and impacting this, and knowing that we made a commitment. We knew we would be addressing this issue in some way with ARPA. So right now, I'm contextually, I'm there. A little bit of play of this potential trade-off, a little bit of an understanding we may not be able to come back in the future and keep it going, but we don't know that right now. We need to work through it. There are the pieces that are in my head for moving forward with the decision to support this. I'm there, but conditionally there, I guess, associated with it.
Understandable.
And there are other pieces to this, which the team could probably explain a little bit better on which pieces we're supporting that have relational components. But yeah.
Thank you, Chair Ryan. Supervisor Begay.
Basically, I want to thank you, Judge Slayton, for meeting with us individually, and I had a chance to ask the questions I needed, and I fully understand what you want and what you want to do with the ARPA funds that you're requesting for, and I'm in full support of that. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Supervisor. Supervisor Vasquez.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the proposal. Upon reviewing it and meeting with Judge Slayton, I'm in supportive of the proposal as is. I appreciate the attention to mental health, and I appreciate some of the culture shifts that this new division would help create. And I was wondering, Judge, if you could maybe explain to us a little bit about how this division would change and be kind of like a catalyst towards a culture shift and a paradigm shift in justice for Coconino County.
Thank you, Supervisor Vasquez, Chair Ryan, Madam Chair Fowler, and supervisors. One of the things that I had put on my list of things to accomplish, basically three things. One of them was we have to have basically a reformation in how we deal with the mentally ill in our criminal justice system. A complete re-understanding of what it is we're doing. One of the things that Judge Moran did, one of the appointments that he made before Judge Moran left, was to appoint Judge Fanny Steinlage as our pro tem judge, as our pro tem judge. Judge Steinlage has an incredibly well-respected reputation and knowledge of the mentally ill and their entire basically presence in our criminal justice system. What I envisioned and when I became the presiding judge was to really key on Judge Steinlage's expertise, her reputation, her understanding and wisdom, and just basically you cannot find a judge with more genuine and sincere care and compassion for the mentally ill than you would find in Judge Steinlage. And so what I'm hoping with one of the things with the new division is that it will grant more freedom for Judge Steinlage to begin to pursue what Judge Moran and I ultimately believed would be a good thing for our court and for our citizens, and that is to be able to put Judge Steinlage as our mental health judge, if you will. So she would be able to be in charge and oversee the restoration to competency proceedings, the Rule 11 evaluations for competency to stand trial and assistant attorney, as well as preside over our mental health court for that. She has such a broad range of experience working with public and private agencies that I just can't imagine anybody else who would be able to get this going. And she has, in fact, been approached by folks who know that this is the direction that we've been looking at, and they're very interested in partnering with us in the issues of mental health treatment as well as restoration to competency proceedings. So the division would be able to, I would be able to shift some of Judge Steinlage's caseload to that new division and allow her the freedom to work with Sharon Yates, who's our Superior Court Administrator, to begin to pursue stronger mental health programs as well as the restoration to competency proceedings and programs, outpatient, in-county restoration to competency proceedings.
Great, thank you. I really appreciate that, and I appreciate your vision on how to take the justice system in Coconino County forward. And I really like this proposal because it's one of those catalysts for a paradigm shift. So I am in support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Vasquez. Are there any follow-up comments from anyone on this issue?
So I do.
Madam Vice Chair?
Yes, I want to go back to our discussion about the state and how the state, what can we do as a board to be able to support you at the state level on creating a permanent division? Because I'm sure that we have had this discussion in the past. So how do we move forward and be able to support the court system with the state. And then, the state's also getting some funding, federal fundings, and how can we access some of those to maybe offset some of the things that could be done here. So, we are in a situation where we are, I think that in a situation, and then also the virtual, how can we promote virtual? I think this is part of that proposal. So thank you.
Let me make a comment real quick. So with regard to the state county funding, I know that Siri and Sharon, we asked them to put their heads together on providing some information on what that split is. Can we show that slide or that part of the?
Absolutely, Steve. Well,
you already have it. That's great.
Yeah, we can pull that up.
It shows part of it though, so let's kind of go through that. And Siri, if you and Sharon can kind of walk us through this.
Sure, Chair Ryan and members of the board. The attached information is actually a summary of a recent report that CSA had requested from the county. So what you're seeing in front of you is the report that was provided to CSA with very similar information. Across the top, you can see how they had requested we categorize it by Superior Court, Clerk of Court, the Justice Courts, and probation. A couple notes on this material. So the Superior Court excludes restoration to competency expenses, which are picked up by the county. And the probation excludes juvenile detention. It's only the probation portion of that. And so then when we look down column A over on the left, you can see the county general fund, other county funds, which are primarily fees that are set under statute and collected by the county. Then we have our state funding, and we have a small amount of federal grants as well that flow into these departments. Then what you see below is just a graphic depiction of this same information. And so where that solid blue across the bottom, the very bottom, is the county general fund contribution. And it looks very similar when we look at the Superior Court, Clerk of Courts, and Justice Courts, where the majority of the funding for those areas is provided by the county general fund. Probation is the only area where we see a flip in that, and that the majority of funding comes from state funds or state grants. And then we also have just a combined total that shows everything together. When you look across, again, looking for the state funds, because those are the two major components. That is in the lighter shaded gray. And again, very minimal when we're looking at Superior Court, Clerk of Court, and Justice Courts, and heavier for probation. And then again, when we kind of combine that all together, the full system funding is really 60% general fund in total. And this is for the most recent fiscal year. So this was fiscal year 2021. We also have this information available if you would like to see it for fiscal year 2020, 2019, 18, and 17. That was the reporting period requested by CSA, but it looks very similar across the years.
Sharon, did you want to add to that?
Not at this time, thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Sharon did have some additional information she wanted to share on additional state funds. However, we can do that after or now.
It's up to you, Sue.
Go ahead, Sharon.
Okay, Chair Ryan, members of the board, we did just receive notice that we received $16,000 from the ARPA funds from the state to help with the backlog of cases. It's for settlement conferences. So those are types of conferences similar to mediation to get the parties together to try to mediate the case and get a settlement for specifically criminal cases. Right now, we do have Judge Coker that's handling majority of those. We want to increase the capacity to have more time slots to be able to have more settlement conferences in hopes that some of these don't go to a jury trial. We also included in there settlement conferences for family cases. We have seen a significant increase in family cases being filed and the complexity of family cases too. So we added some dollars in there to help with mediation / settlement conferences for family cases. So that way it lessens the burden on the calendar for those judges so they can handle some of the backlog of criminal and civil cases. So you'll see that before you in the next board meeting. If not the next one, it'd be the following one for approval for that grant funding from the state.
And then also, a couple other comments. So to Judge and Sharon, back in June of this year, June of 21, AOC put out a post-pandemic report recommendation. And I just want to show that because I think some of the information we're talking about is going to be contained in looking at the report, particularly as we look at the, excuse my scrolling, the executive summary. And so Sharon and Judge, if you can, just take a moment to talk about, we all know that because of COVID, there were massive backlogs in the CJ system throughout the state and nationally. If you can speak to the background of this report and some of the opportunities that you see in some of the categories here in terms of access to justice, expanded use of technology, and then also to clerk of the court, Wyant, jury and trial management. And so I think it would provide additional context to the discussion we're having today.
Yes, certainly. Thank you, Mr. Peru. One of the things that we have done is looking at this post-pandemic executive summary is to try and take it and put it into Coconino County. What is it that is recommended here that we can actually do? Let me start with a very top one: increasing access to justice. And I hark back on the conversation I had with Supervisor Fowler, and kind of the conversation I had with Supervisor Begay. We and I'm speaking to the choir, obviously. We're in the second largest land mass wise county in the United States. And it's my understanding of it, about 28% of it has the Navajo reservation as well as other Native American reservations in it, but 28%. There was a fairly recent article in National Public Radio magazine that fully 50% of the Native American reservations in the United States did not have access to the internet. And as we look at our county and the issues that our Native American citizens and friends and family members struggle with, it is not only access to the internet, it's access to reliable and consistent internet. And that's one of the things that if I had the magic wand, I would make internet access for our entire county, for all of our citizens, work just like my water faucet in my kitchen. When I go up there, I want cold water, I turn it on, it comes out immediately and right with this kind of pressure that I'm used to. I want hot water, I do the same thing. But we're not at that point yet. And so I have to confess that while other counties have been moving towards, trying to have jurors come in and appear by Zoom and appear by the internet, my concern has been that we would be disenfranchising a certain segment of our population, not just those who live on the reservation, but for those who live on the outskirts of Fredonia or on the outskirts of Page. That would be difficult to have them participate. And we would basically be saying, because you're not in the area where you can afford good internet service, you don't get to participate in jury trials. You don't get to participate in the matters of our county. And so that is an area that I am hoping someday will be addressed, because it is important for our folks who live up in Kaibito, Tonalea, Bird Springs, to be able to participate. But not only that, to be able to perhaps go into a chapter house and be able to connect to our system, be able to connect into us, and be able to address their matters without driving in. That road, as many of you know, that road, north, 89 north, is a terribly, terribly dangerous road, and especially when we have bad weather. And so this is the area, increasing access to justice, that I hope not only in our county, but also statewide and nationally, we address and literally take away that digital divide. That's huge. That's major, I think, for increasing access to justice, because that in itself is doing justice. We have been, and we are attempting to use the internet to be able to do this. And I don't want to step on Val's toes, but one of the things that we're using and has been working out is using online jury questionnaires, where we're able to send them out to folks beforehand, and that has helped us address the amount of people that we are expecting on our jury trials, and we're able then to divide them up into healthy groups, if you will, for pandemic purposes, and bring only those in that we can make sure is a safe amount under our COVID-19 guidelines, and be able to work with them and know who is coming in and know what their questionnaires are. The questionnaires, just so we're aware, take the place of me asking an hour's worth of questions. And so those questionnaires get answered. And in the last murder trial that I did, we had a jury by 2 p.m. in the afternoon on a first-degree murder case. It's taken as much as 3 days originally to pick juries on those very serious cases. So Val's office, our judicial assistants, and the way of how we're trying to increase jury trial efficiency, but also be able to make decisions about our citizens before they even come into court by being able to review those jury questionnaires, is one of the things that the use of technology is accomplishing for us. I think I'll just stop there, because I could go on forever about these executive summary points. I know the folks on the committee, they're outstanding folks. They did an outstanding job. But this is something I'd like to have another meeting with on the board to really just go over the summary and be able to get your input and to kind of let you know where I'm going as well. So I'll be quiet. I'll turn it over to whoever else wants to come in and maybe clean up after what I just said.
County Manager Peru. Oh, go ahead, Val. I will defer to you. Go ahead.
Oh, no problem. I'll turn it over to you in just a second, but I was going to take that cue to just quickly talk about the jury management side of it. As Judge Slayton mentioned, we have used the technology and the surveys, the online questionnaires to get our juries. And Judge Slayton's not given himself enough credit. He also is able to select a grand jury in like 30 minutes, which is the very fastest that we've ever been able to do it historically. And these are monumental things, but it also takes a village behind the scenes. I want to take a moment to commend my staff, because putting our heads together and coming up with this online solution, we have received accolades across the state, and all of the other counties are looking at our model because we have in fact been so successful. Since the Chief Justice's AO permitted us to start having in-person jury trials again, we have since had 9 jury trials in the Superior Court, 3 of which have been substantial high-profile cases. So we're really making movement with the staff that we have. And like I say, working together with all of the departments across the board, enhancing the technology that we have been able to receive. But at the same rate, there's a severe level of burnout that's going across all of the departments, not just mine. And it extends to the judges, the Superior Court bench. We see judges still here working at 10 o'clock at night when some of the staff is leaving. And so it's just so needed to have this additional division to spread that work out while attacking, if you will, the backlogs that we're about to face and have been facing. It just really makes sense. But I do want to certainly turn it over to Sharon because she has a lot of the behind the scenes in the technology realm of things. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, County Manager Peru, Chair Ryan, members of the board. We have been very successful at securing additional grants when the pandemic first began with regards to upgrading our technology in the courtrooms. Many of our Superior Court divisions didn't have the ability to connect to the jail through video conferencing. So we're able to upgrade and provide some additional video conferencing equipment and also improve our audio systems within our Superior Court rooms. We also were able to secure about 25 iPads, which have helped greatly with regards to what Chief Lyon had said with jury questionnaires. Those individuals who cannot complete them at home can come here either the day of when they're to report, or could contact the clerk's office and report earlier to be able to take those online questionnaires. We do have several iPads that we can offer our community to utilize. The other item that was in that report was with regards to access to justice. We were fortunate several years ago, the Supreme Court identified Coconino County as a pilot county for AZ Court Help program. It's a statewide program that provides just that. They provide legal talks. They provide those online real time, but also recording them. So individuals who are going through that specific item like divorce, they can go to azcourthelp.org and find that video, and it will help walk through the process. It also has all kinds of forms on that webpage. It was really instrumental when the pandemic hit. A lot of individuals turned to that website so they can go in their pajamas, go and search for how to do this or how to do that. And then also there was videos provided with regards to the eviction legislation that was going on at that time. Also during that period of time, the marijuana expungement came down. And so there's a lot of legal educational videos that help our community when navigating the court system. So if you have not visited that website, this is a plug. I highly encourage you to do that. And it's now statewide. We connect with numerous libraries, numerous courts to provide those legal talks, and they're all free to the community.
Thank you, Sharon. Do we have any further questions or comments on this particular item? I do want one point of order. Judge Slayton does have to leave us by 2 o'clock or slightly before that. And we have several other court items. Is there any additional follow-up?
No, I just like to thank Sharon and all the judges and the courts that have worked through the pandemic and really had to figure out how to address cases and trying to meet our residents and citizens' needs. And it is very complex, I think, anyway, just the vastness of the attention that is needed by all departments to be able to meet the needs of these legal issues that people find themselves in. So I just want to thank you, and that Arizona Help is very important. It is very informative, as well as the law library. That's another one that is, I think it's unique to Coconino County, and being real creative in this way helps our citizens. We just need to get the word out even more. So thank you, Judge Slayton and team. Val, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. With that, if we're all amenable, we'll move on to our next proposal, which is for the Flagstaff Justice Court. It is 2 years of funding in support of their backlog of cases specifically. And for details on that, I'd ask Judge Slayton, Deputy Court Administrator Shelley Bacon, and Court Administrator Sharon Yates to give us some particular details on those items.
I'm gonna take this wonderful opportunity and turn it over to our limited jurisdiction court administrator, Shelley Bacon. I just want to, I do want to say that there is a growing caseload in Flagstaff Justice Court that is affecting Flagstaff Justice Court and the processing of our cases, not only through Flagstaff Justice Court, the misdemeanor cases, but also processing them up into Val Wyant's clerk's office as well. So Shelley, let me turn it over to you.
Shelley?
Thank you, Chairman Ryan and members of the board. Thank you, Sue. So yes, the Flagstaff Justice Court has requested a new phone system, which is a one-time cost. You know, their phone system is it's difficult. It's not adequate for the amount of phone calls that they get. So they would like to upgrade and have the ability to have the ability to answer multiple lines or to have a queuing system of sorts to manage the calls that come in. They get hundreds of calls a day. And I know that there's been some word about, some people can't get through to the Justice Court. And we attribute that to the phone system, and it's just its inability to handle the number of incoming calls. We also are requesting an upgrade to the audio visual system in the courtrooms. It's antiquated as well. With the pandemic, we've done a lot of hearings that were virtual, and so we really need to upgrade that system if we would like to continue utilizing that technology to handle cases. And so those were our two asks for the ARPA funds. We feel like that they're directly related to COVID, just based on the fact that we want to do additional virtual hearings, but we need to make sure we have the infrastructure in place to handle that.
Shelley, can you give us some details on the additional $179,000 per year caseload issue and expenditures that came in the report from Judge Coker and Gary Kirschmark? That ask is for $359,000.
I apologize. I'm going to let Sharon take over. She said she'd fill in.
Thank you, Chair Ryan, members of the board. That ask is for some additional staffing support for the Flagstaff Justice Court. So just a little bit background, how the cases flow typically in Coconino County. And I say typically because we all know it's a very complex system. Cases are typically filed through the Flagstaff Justice Court. Flagstaff Justice Court will handle the beginning part of felony cases. Sometimes they do go the grand jury route, but if they don't, they stay with the Flagstaff Justice Court, of course, if it happens in that precinct. And Flagstaff Justice Court handles the preliminary hearing if it doesn't go grand jury or if the individual does not waive their right to a preliminary hearing. Our jurisdiction is very unique that both of our JP and our Judge Pro Tem are also sworn in as Superior Court judges. So not only can they handle the beginning parts of the felony cases, in addition to all the misdemeanor cases they have, they can handle, they can take a change of plea for a felony case. And typically that is not done at the Justice Court level. It has to get what we call bound up to Superior Court for the change of plea for a Superior Court judge. But since they are a Superior Court Judge Pro Tem, it saves about 2 weeks of time if that individual is in custody, having Flagstaff Justice Court take that change of plea. And then it's what we call bound up, transferred over to Superior Court for the sentencing. So there is a lot of felony cases that start out in the Flagstaff Justice Court, and they've seen a significant increase just in the last couple quarters since kind of getting over the pandemic. I guess we'll call it post-pandemic planning. where there 1 month they had over 200 filings that came in. And so it's just going to help the Flagstaff Justice Court be able to process, because again, they're usually the first place that these felony cases touch and see until it gets to the Superior Court level. Again, not always, sometimes it does go through the grand jury process, but it typically starts with the Flagstaff Justice Court.
Thank you, Sharon. Chair Ryan, did you have comments? Nope. Vice Chair Fowler.
Now, I understand that people need access to our courts, so that's really good that you're paying attention to that. And then the court, it's good to know that the IT department is so important. And just the scary stories that we see across the news every once in a while, how different departments are being hacked. So this is really good. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Any other comments or questions on the Flagstaff Justice Court ask of $359,604 for that staff augmentation, and then the $10,500 for the audio video telephone?
I support it.
Thank you, Madam Supervisor. Supervisor Begay?
Yeah, I'm in support of it. I think it's a long time coming, and since this is a one-time thing, I think we should go for it. And this is a need, and I did experience the long wait, and I called and called all morning, and nobody really answered the phone, and it just kind of has this going back in circle like. So now I know that there's a high volume of calls that are coming in for this reason why it's happening. So I just want to say we just need to go for it, I guess, and support it. That's my stance. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay. Supervisor Vasquez.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how this can help our community and help the flow with the courts. And so I'm excited to support this and again, make those, real impactful moves. And I believe these moves that we've been talking about with the courts are some of those important moves. So I'm in support.
Thank you very much. Vice Chair Fowler, did you have a follow-up? You're on mute, Vice Chair. Still on mute. We can't hear you. Still not hearing you, Madam Vice Chair. Nope. Lindsay, can you try and unmute her? Will that work? Try again, Madam Vice Chair.
I'm good. I think it's good. Sorry, my volume went out for a bit.
Okay,
oh,
no
shoot.
problem.
I know why it's doing that. Okay, it moved on me. All right.
Madam Vice Chair needs tech support.
Can you? I do, don't I? Can you hear me now? Is that better?
Yes, you're coming in
Yeah,
clear.
I see what was happening. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we're going to move on from that particular ask. And our next ask is for the public defender. The public defender ask is for 2 admin specialists, and Sandy Deal, I believe, is in our audience. Can you promote Sandy for us, Lindsay? For the public defender, we're looking at 2 admin specialist ones, 1 investigator and 1 attorney, for a total of $525,886 for the 2 years. And questions for Sandy Deal or Sandy, are there any comments you want to make?
Just briefly, Chairman, Vice Chair, members of the board, County Manager Peru and Sue, Deputy County Managers. I just have a couple of quick remarks. Listening to this presentation all day, the first thing that's come to my mind is our clients are the health department's patients, and they're the school students. And there's just so much overlap between the agencies that the county supports and the people that we all serve. So that being said, as I'm listening to you talk about the Superior Court and the Justice Court, I just received the latest quarterly report from JMI. So Judge Slayton, don't get mad at me if I use a couple of statistics. But in recent months, the Justice Court have seen a surge in criminal cases. New filings have increased 20%. The new filings are outpacing the cases that are reaching disposition by 95, an average of 95 cases a month. And the case clearance is declining from where it was a year ago. And we're seeing similar things in the Superior Court as well. Our attorneys are obviously in all the Superior Courts, but they also appear in all 4 of our Justice Courts. And I can tell you, yesterday I had one attorney that had 28 cases that he had to clear in the morning, or set for a continuance, or do whatever he had to work with those cases. And that is way too many for one attorney. Historically, in the Public Defender's Office, we have, for want of a better phrase, kicked the can down the road. If you look at the history of our office and our staffing, we've always been very lean. In recent years, we've tried to add a staff here or a staff there to kind of catch up for the years that we never asked for staff in the past. But the problem is this year and last year as well, that can we were kicking hit the curb, and the curb was COVID. And we're dying here. I just lost another attorney last week who sent out almost a tearjerker of a resignation letter saying, I just can't do it anymore. This isn't good for my mental health. And I know that's happening in many departments, but it's definitely happening in mine. In 2019, I prepared a report and a letter for the board and talked about my cost of felony prosecution. And Coconino County's average cost of felony prosecution was roughly $600 per case. And I had polled other public defender's offices around the state. And I want to say the closest one to mine was over $1,000. It was $1,200 a case, I believe. And what this is to me is that my attorneys, my staff are doing twice the work that you're seeing in other counties. And the costs are half, right? And it's just not sustainable. And it's definitely not sustainable when we're seeing these numbers go up. Everybody's worried about the bubble. And we're just trying to do the best we can with what we have. And that brings me to our asks. So in 2019, we went to the same software system as the county attorney. The Defender portion of it is called Defender by Carpel. And at the time, we thought that we could make it work. We didn't get a new manager to help us do the transition into the new software. We didn't get any new staff to help us with it. And what we've noticed, and what you're probably going to hear from the county attorney too, is holy cow, all of my legal assistants, all they're doing is downloading body cam videos and media and other things like that that are being saved into the software system. My legal assistants no longer help their attorneys prepare motions or do filing in their offices or field preliminary phone calls from maybe a worried wife or an upset mother or a client about what's going on with their relative. So those tasks are now falling to my attorneys. What we're proposing is with these 2 admin specs, their primary job will be data entry, downloading, getting that media in, getting it into that file for those attorneys to look at or for our investigator to look at. These are positions that we should have asked for when we got DBK, but who knew, right? And we've learned the hard way, and it hasn't been good for staff or morale. But with the addition of the cases increasing, the concern about the bubble, it's just not tenable. And for that reason, we're asking for 2 admin specs. This would be something like an intake person if you look at what the county attorney uses, or a redaction specialist, someone that actually is going to go through and get this stuff in the file. Perhaps, if time permits, can even Sometimes we get hours and hours of body cam, and really all we need is a half hour of it, but somebody's got to look at it all to get it to where there's actually something that's material to the case. So that's the reason for the 2 admin specs 2s. We have, at this point in time, for 17 attorneys and all of Coconino County, 1 investigator. And last I looked, we had 8 open homicide cases, plus, and Judge Slayton knows this, various very serious sex cases and other types of cases, plus dependencies, plus delinquencies. And that too, years ago, when I first started in the office, we had 2 investigators. I don't know what happened to the other one, but we have only had 1, certainly for the last 20 years. The other piece of this is the county attorney has indicated to us that certain witnesses, they're no longer going to help us with setting up those interviews. And that's going to fall, and does fall now, for some witnesses on our investigator. So there's going to be an increase in work for that investigator. As we're doing more trials, the investigator also usually sits in with my defense attorney. They usually testify. And having one investigator for 17 attorneys is just not, it too is not feasible. Ideal statistics I get from national boards of public defenders and in our state public defender association are, there should be 1 investigator to every 4 attorneys. Technically, we should have 4 investigators, but we would be really happy to get 1, especially to help us through.
Sandy?
Yes.
Sandy, I'm going to intervene a little bit. And I really appreciate you bringing up the numbers and showing, why you need these positions. I'm encouraging everybody, we're going to try and get through in an afternoon what we're doing here. So we want to shorten up what we have. And then the need piece is very important. The ARPA focus is very important for the sake of the board. Okay, thank you.
Sure. Well, and I don't need to say anything more. We also are asking for 1 more attorney to help us with this backlog and the overflow. I know the other question that I heard was, how are we going to pay for these when the ARPA money's gone? We've been looking at grants. We actually have been able to get a little bit of grant money. We don't have perhaps the options that some of the other departments do in regards to grant money, but we certainly would be looking at that. But I kind of want to echo what Val said earlier. This is something that should have been done a long time ago. And we're going to have to figure out a way to fund these because the options aren't good.
Thank you.
And I'll just leave it at that. How's that?
You're muted.
You're muted.
You.
I need tech support, Madam Vice Chair. Any other comments or questions from the board?
If I may, Mr. Chair and Sue.
Please, Madam Vice Chair.
Sandy, I just feel for you and your staff, and I do that, and with all the other departments too, but just to do right for our citizens is such a great struggle. And I mean, every time you present to the board the budgets, it always comes out. So I just really want to tell you how much I appreciate you and your staff. And it always becomes really emotional. And hopefully with the HR department, when they do present, that there is some dollars in their proposal to be able to help our staff. And sometimes even that is just too little for our staff, because family is very important and very stressful times right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair.
Supervisor Vasquez.
And I support your proposal.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, I support the proposal as well, and just wanted to say thank you to you and your staff for all your hard work in the Public Defender's Office and providing services to the community, to a needy population that needs that support in a trying time. And so, we're going to continue to look to see ways that we can be supportive, but just keep up the good fight because the community needs those services. So thank you for all that you do.
Thank you, Supervisor Vasquez.
Supervisor Horstman.
Yes, I certainly support the recommendation, and Sandy, appreciate all you and your staff are doing.
Thank you, Supervisor Horstman.
And Supervisor Begay.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation this afternoon, and I just want to say that we really need to listen to everything that the departments have to say, because we want to be able to get everything together and then make a decision based on that. And I knew that this was not going to only take a few hours that we have allocated it for. And I mean, there's other ways of dealing with this, maybe do another section later on, instead of trying to rush through this whole thing, because for one, we got our packet late last night and we've been shuffling all morning and stuff like that and trying to get, some answers here and there, or we ask these questions. So I'm just gonna say we have to sit here, and I want to be able to have to hear and the departments, and because everything that's coming before us is very important, and I think that we should give the time and things that the staff are requesting. So I know we're not going to meet all the needs of everybody, but nonetheless, I just want to say we still have yes, we do have a long still a whole section, a lot of areas of the sections here that's before us, and then there's another meeting that's coming up at 6 o'clock again. So, and it's now already 2. So, but I just want to say thank you for your presentation, and thank you, staff, and you guys are really looking out for everyone within the county and departments, and certainly we just have to continue with what we have, the dollars, and also the current staffing that we may have. I know that staff retention is an issue right now, and it's not only within the Coconino County, it's everywhere. Like the hospital in Tuba City, a lot of people are leaving, things like that. And we want to be able to retain our employees too. So we can't be overworking them and stuff like that. And then, we have to look out for the staff, is what I'm trying to say. But nonetheless, thank you very much for your presentation. And I do support, initiatives that are coming to us. And so it gives us an insight, with all the information that you're providing, all the questions that we're asking. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Brigade. Chair Ryan, anything additionally?
No, actually, the recommendations there, and just for the sake of everybody and what I was just doing there, and thank you, Sandy. It's important that we hear that, and good point that Supervisor Begay is making. For the sake of the departments, let's go back and rewind and talk about it. Part of it was trying to answer questions that the board would have. You can also see if you have a recommendation there. It's important for the board to understand what the recommendation is. So that intent is really good. So as we progress, we're trying to balance all these things. And, if we need to take the extra time, we will take the extra time, but also think about if you can consolidate it, that would help out as well. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With that support, we'll move on to our next asks. And it's 2 o'clock. We'll plan on a bio break, probably, Mr. Chairman, about 2:30. Does that work? Okay. We'll go on to the county attorney. We have Deputy County Attorney Rose Winkler present. Rose, are you prepared to speak to the proposals?
No, I am not here on behalf of the county attorney's office.
Okay, thank you. And we'll double check to see. I know that the county attorney had Bill Ring had other appointments he had to get to. I believe he's at ACO today, possibly. And he may not have been able to call in. And so what we'll do, Steve, were you able to text him that number?
There's we can go on to the next group.
Okay, we'll move on to the next group. and that is adult probation. Do we have Sarah Douthit available? Kevin Manny, I see, is here as well, the deputy chief. And I think Shannon Lucretia was also available in case she needs to be part of it. And the first adult probation ask was for, I believe, 2 caseworkers for pretrial services, urinalysis, and electronic signature software. The ask was over $1 million, and the recommendation is for half of those staff and for 2 years at $507,359, and then $40,000 for the electronic signature, and that $507,000 does include the urinalysis funding as well. And we'll ask for any comments you wanted to make, Sarah. You're on mute, Sarah. There you go. Oh, wait. No, not yet.
How about now?
Now we're good.
Excellent. I also need tech support, apparently. Chair Ryan, I will be brief in our summary. Judge Slayton really did a great summary talking about the backlog of cases. I know that you've heard quite a lot about that. Much of our asks have to do with the anticipation of that criminal justice bubble. And so our ask is for 1 caseworker position that will help offset the workload for deferred prosecution and probation officers, 2 pretrial services officers, because as we talked about, the influx of cases coming our way, and also urinalysis. During the pandemic, the cost of urinalysis increased because our vendor had increased costs to remain open. And we are currently shifting those costs to the clients, which is not sustainable. We are therefore asking for that assistance. As this board knows and county leadership knows, I would rather divert all of our funds to prevention efforts, the schools, the great programs of HHS. But in the meantime, we're facing some of these backlogs and the work has to be done. So to answer your question on what we do in the next 2 years, our hope is that we don't need to continue these positions past that point. It is not our attempt to build a criminal justice empire. We just want to do the work to hopefully work ourselves out of a job. In the meantime, these additional positions will help us work through those cases. And I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you for your support.
Thank you, Sarah. Members of the board, comments and questions for Chief Probation Officer Douthit?
I have a question.
Supervisor Vasquez, please go ahead.
Sure. Thank you for the presentation. Definitely agree on the need for supporting the probationary services and the services to the community. My question would be the same question I've been asking all day, is pretty much what's the sustainability plan? Is this something that we're looking to just do during these 2 years, or the years covered by ARPA? Or is this something that there is a plan in effect to eventually maintain these new positions that we're adding?
Supervisor Vasquez, frankly, I'm not interested in adding long-term FTEs to our department. We're actively working to reduce the criminal justice footprint, as I've shared with the board and county leadership in the past. And we do intend to continue that trend. We're looking at all different ways of reducing our population, reducing the input, the impact of our services to the community, and helping people be successful in the community. So I hope that we don't need to continue to ask. The only thing I would say is that the board is aware that we have ongoing issues with our fee accounts, and the sustainability of continuing the already approved FTEs is what I will likely be bringing to the board in the future. But in terms of sustaining additional FTEs, I hope that I don't need to ask for that.
Great. Thank you for clarifying that, because that does kind of change the math when looking at the proposal, and definitely appreciate the effort and attempt to lighten that footprint while still providing the most services possible. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Chair Ryan.
Okay, good. Yeah. Thank you, Sarah. Yeah, you had a very dynamic presentation way back when during budgets, and I see this has been whittled down also. And so, yeah, I definitely support what you're doing there.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Vice Chair Fowler?
Thank you. And thanks so much. You have taught us about probation all these years through your very informative presentations, and the caseworker. Oh, the wrong line. This is really tiny. You're a caseworker and pretrial services. Is that part of the backlog? How do you work with the courts on the backlog? And I'm trying to, or is this your own? Is there an increase in your clients, and that's the reason why this is happening? It seems like all across the board, the criminal justice system, the cases are just going up. And I was thinking that it wouldn't be the case in probation because it is not the court cases going through the courts, but maybe it is going through the courts. Help me to understand. Thanks.
Sure. Great question, Vice Chair Fowler. The vast majority of cases sentenced out of the Superior Court end up with probation, the criminal cases. Most folks don't end up in the Department of Corrections. They end up under our supervision. And the first gateway to that is pretrial services, pre-sentence reports, deferred prosecution. And as you know, many of our other positions are state funded. So my ask here has to do with the front end of those county funded functions and the anticipated increase. And Supervisor Fowler, I'll tell you, we're only going to spend what we need. If we don't see this great influx of cases that we're anticipating, we're going to hold off on hiring those positions until we see that. So we're kind of just asking in anticipation of what we may need, with the understanding that if we don't use it, we are happy to share that with HHS, with Superintendent of Schools. We believe in prevention efforts. And as I said, we're not attempting to build an additional criminal justice empire here.
Yeah, and that's been your principal, I guess, and mission all these years, and it's really great. And I just think that that's good. And I support your request, and we've been listening to your presentations through all the budget sessions. So thank you.
Sue, I want to make a comment here real quick.
Please, Steve.
So I think it's important to note for the record, because we will be then going through requests that are recommended to determine the amount of the request that is directly attributable to the COVID backlog. And that's really important because, we cannot be utilizing the funds beyond that. And so the presentations, all of the information that we're presenting must be directly tied to the impact of COVID. If not, we will then be prorating that based on the percent that can be defensively applied to the backup or the backlog. So I just want to make that very clear for the record, because for reporting and compliance purposes, that is a requirement, not a desire. That's a requirement of us administering these funds. Okay.
Yes, and thank you, County Manager. And I'm thinking that the anticipation of these cases is because of the backlog at the courts. So that is very true. And that's the way I believe we understand it. And so, okay. All right, I think that's it for now. Thank you. I think I have.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair.
I do have one more question.
Okay.
Steve, earlier you showed a cost analysis of the state funded and the court system. Is probation and all of the other programs part of that, or is that just the court itself?
I'm going to defer that to Siri on that quick, because I know it's,
Probation was on there. Can you show that again, Erica?
And thank you, Chair and Supervisor Fowler. So the information, it does include probation, but it does not include the county attorney, the public defender, or the legal defender's office.
Okay, I think it's really important for us to understand where the state funding comes in and where the county funds, and then there's fee, the fee dollars and that are also being reduced. And so it's really good for us to see the fluctuation from the state and the county and where the revenue was coming in from. And that way we can project into the future on how these, how our dollars are gonna look in when we're thinking about future dollars. So thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Supervisor Begay. I think you're muted. There you go.
I really don't have any comments, but I just want to thank the presentation that was done. I appreciate all the information that was conveyed to us. So thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Horstman, any thoughts?
Yes, thank you. And Sarah, thank you and your staff. I know we ask you to do a lot, and you do a lot with the means that you are provided, and we certainly appreciate that and understand your request. I think you've done a very good job of keeping us all informed on your needs and what's going on within adult probation. So I want to thank you for that and thank your team for their great work. I do support the recommendation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Horstman. Any other comments or questions? Supervisor Vasquez, I'm sorry, I've lost track. Did I give you a chance to speak?
Yes, you did. Thank you. And
Okay,
I wasn't signaling, I was just scratching my shoulder.
Okay, I didn't know if there was a secret handshake. I didn't know. Okay, thank you very much. All right, with that, Sarah, thank you. Is there any other additions? Then we'll move on from that ask to our next one, which is from juvenile. And do we have Casey Lightfoot available? Is Casey with us? Or Israel Garcia? There's Casey. Can we promote Casey? There she is. And Mr. Chairman, members of the board, for juvenile, we have an ask of recommendation of $136,640 to cover some juvenile programs, Triple P parenting, non-detention alternative HALO program, and transition school. And that is a reduction to 2 years of those programs. Casey? Can you give us
thank you. Thank you, so Chair Ryan, members of the board, county management. Thank you for the opportunity to talk today. To be as succinct as possible, we initially cast a wide net, and really it's boiled down to 3 specific points in which our other funding streams will not cover or cannot cover, and which we think are directly tied to COVID. And so the first of those being seeing an increase in domestic violence and having the youth come to our detention center and not scoring to stay and not having a viable placement. We're requesting help to have a respite bed, which is Northern Family Help Center. They're an incredibly important community partner of ours, and we're looking forward to potentially having a bed there for these kids to stay and their families. We can contract with that staff to provide safety plans and potentially additional counseling services for the family. In addition to that, we're looking at Triple P parenting and trying to figure out a way that we have staff in Page and Fredonia, Williams Grand Canyon area, and Flagstaff area to provide this prevention service. We're working hand in hand with the schools, and we're already seeing now that school's back in session, a tremendous uptick in truancies, as well as fighting on school campus. And what we're trying to do is this pressure cooker of COVID and how it's kind of showing with our kids with these acts of aggression. We're trying to get in there in a preventative way and help families with Triple P parenting. And so we're really hoping to have your support with that one as well. well. And the last is help with our alternative school district pilot program that we've been working with the accommodation school district for the past 8 years. We have a small school for at-risk kids. This year, it's the first time we've had 10 kids that are on probation and a spot for 10 kids that are at risk of getting on probation. And so our request from you is to help that at-risk population, which the state dollars would not cover. And we are trying to limit the educational disparities that we're seeing and that are exacerbated by COVID in this population. And so we're hoping to have this money help us with some vocational programs that we could implement into the school, which currently is at Hal Jensen. And so we're really just, we're hoping for your support in these 3 endeavors.
Thank you, Casey. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, do you have comments or questions? Madam Vice Chair, did you want to go first?
Yes, thank you. Those are very important right now, working with the schools. And I was just wondering how you're working with our school superintendent, and sounds like you're working with all the various schools throughout our county. So I'm just wondering how you're working. I assume you're working through throughout the whole county.
Correct. What we're doing with our recently, we've just repurposed our detention pod, our Alpha pod, into a Hope Receiving Center. And we are using that center to have deflections and diversions. And so we just opened at mid-August and already have had 30 diversions and deflections. And we are in a circuit right now attending and creating appointments with all of the various schools throughout our county. We just presented to the FUSD administrators and found out that there's probably 200 referrals that they have of kids that meet that truancy definition already this year. We are working, or we will be working, with the Page School District as well as the Williams School District. Right now we have 2 staff in training, and hopefully with this money we'll have a 3rd staff in training for that prevention, triple P prevention parenting program. And how that would work is that any member of the community or any public, as long as, or member of the public rather, if they had a child, we could potentially serve them in a deflection process, and they live in Coconino County. And so we've actually had 2 candidates from drug court come to us, and we've helped them get connected to community services, and that's been very successful so far. We've followed up at our 30-day mark, and they're both doing really, really well. So to answer your question, we're at the beginning phases of this. We are meeting with all of the different school districts. We haven't completed that yet, but we're well on our way.
Thank you, Casey. Madam Vice Chair, do you have a follow-up? Are you good? Okay. Mr. Chairman, did you want to go next?
Yeah, love what you guys are doing. Definitely have the focus, the implications of what's happening right now. Understand the need. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Supervisor Vasquez.
Sorry, I didn't hear you completely. So I just wanted to, 1, commend the proposal. I'm in support. And then 2, I really appreciated you sharing the information about the aggressions by kids and the pressures from COVID. And it just highlights the need for the mental health services for youth, going back to our previous conversation earlier in the day. And I'm just really looking forward to seeing how we can integrate all these different services to our different communities in need. So I really appreciate the thought and effort that all the different departments and proposals have put in to help integrate our public health and mental health needs under this pandemic. So thank you.
Thank you. And Supervisor Horstman or Supervisor Begay? Supervisor Horstman.
Sure, and I certainly appreciate the information, and also I am in favor of the recommendations that are being made for funding.
Thank you, Supervisor Horstman. Supervisor Begay?
Yeah. I don't necessarily have a question for the presenters or anything like that, but Steve, I have a question for you. Earlier, you talked about CARES funding and the criteria that we're going to be using, that they have to be COVID related. So everything in this list, the listing that has been brought to us by each department, all of them qualify for that?
Yes, as presented to us, based on the proposal that we received, yes.
Okay, so, okay. And then, and then, I just want to say thank you, and I think, you know, in this area, I do support it. You know, with the presentation and with the information that was provided to us, you know, I feel that, you know, that's good information. I always want to go back and talk about something as far as how we allude to stating that we will be serving all county residents. And it really bothers me in a certain way that, you know, we are not reflecting the tribal, the rural, very rural or tribal areas of the whole county in the South. And I always bring the topic of our mission and vision statement, stating that, you know, it's for all county residents. And so I know that we talked about that. I know there are opportunities for MOAs, MOUs, or IGAs, and I bring this up in most all the meetings that we have. I think it's about time we move forward and, you know, do something with that. And because I just feel that, you know, all the county residents are not assisted by county funds that are being provided to Coconino County. And so that's just a comment I would like to make. And you know, and we do say that, you know, there's funds that go directly to the tribes, but how are we gonna, how can we help, you know, together with an agreement of some type, you know, I think we really need to push that somehow as a board, and that way, you know, people are not left out. People don't feel left out, especially in the rural communities. And in all areas of the county we serve. So anyway, I just wanted to bring that up, and thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay. Any other follow-ups? Okay, seeing none, we'll call that one. Thank you, Casey. Appreciate your help. We're down to our last two requests, and they are criminal justice system requests. They are not based in any single department, but they refer to a general need within the criminal justice system. The first is for connections to health and human services and the sheriff's office, diversion and deflection, mental health, and case management. And that is $1 million recommendation. And Steve, did you want to kind of kick that one off based on that conversation, our conversation about what our ARPA team found as we received a number of individual requests from individual departments across the county, and how this particular recommendation came about?
Well, again, it gets back to what we've been talking about all day, and that is we have several departments that have submitted programming or program proposals for mental health related services. The $1 million that you see here is just it's adding to that pool of funds, because as we begin to put more framework and do more research on what those models and the staffing for those programs will involve, it adds to that pool of funds. And so I think at that point in time, I think really it's just a general pool to be able to support mental health related services. Sue?
Thank you.
I have a question.
Madam Vice Chair.
Why was this not included in the health department, and it's part of the criminal justice system? And it seems it's another $1 million.
I'm going to defer to staff to that to respond to that.
Thank you, Steve. I think, Madam Vice Chair, we
You
can
know, I
start.
would like to see all of the mental health dollars on one chart. How much is going to every department? In the end, how much are we dedicating to mental health? And where are they going to every department? So
Okay.
I'd like to see that before we take a vote.
Well,
We can-
would you like to have that in the course of the next hour, or would you like to postpone this until that information is provided to you? And that's a question to the chair, to the board.
Well, I guess that's where the board has to make a decision, because here's another $1 million for the criminal justice system, and the courts already requested for theirs. Each of the department has those dollars in there. Here's another $1 million to the courts. So I guess I just don't understand, and that's why I'm wondering if we can just tease out all of the mental health dollars for every department and just show it on one chart, and that way that also the departments understand how they're going to integrate their efforts and be able to streamline to our county. It's just, I'm just, here's
So-
another $1. That's it.
Yeah, let me hop in real quick. And yeah, I hear you, Lena. Not so much, I wouldn't suggest that we delay. We'll be 3 weeks out, or 4 weeks out, maybe, if we delay on what we're doing. So much as outlined before and noted in the introduction, we're going to see different pieces that will be components of mental health. So we're seeing them unfold now. But for your sake, what you're asking for, Lena, might be, if we had it on one chart, it would help consolidate your thoughts, and we can see where it is being used. And then that will influence your decision, is what I think I'm hearing you as well on. So if we had that, maybe somebody along with Siri, could, that shouldn't be too hard. You have the chart there, you see where the mental health pieces are. Would that work, Lena?
Well, I guess it will, but at the same time, though, we just approve the health department's request for mental health, and I believe in 2 different categories that had justice in their justice system. We just approved the court systems. We just approved the school districts, and every department we've been going through. And now here it is and on here it says it's for health department again, and it's for diversion program again. So I'm just trying to figure out, where are these dollars going and how are they going to be used? And I'm trying to look in here in our packet to see where it is, where it's written, but I haven't been able to find it. If you can tell me what page it's on, then it might also help me. So I think that we can maybe approve the rest and delay this one, because this is one that I don't think is needed right now, because we approved it already with all the other departments.
Madam Vice Chair, we have an additional new piece of information that is based on this $1 million ask. This is part of the work that Gary Kirschmark and Judge H. Jeffrey Coker did as well. And it comes a distillation of all of the larger mental health issues within the CJ system. And it's for some 2 particular things. And you're right, they are components that we have talked about before, but these components touch all of them. And it's very much like a necklace where the pieces are connecting together to make one original and unique thing. This piece is a large piece. It is the CJ piece of it. And we're hitting it all different. There's that continuum idea that we're hitting it all different components. And a centralized piece is the HHS structure. the oversight and structure and special knowledge that comes with a public health perspective. So Erica Shaw, could you put up, I think it's page 92? It's actually page 93 in the packet because of the cover sheet, I believe.
Okay, and I still don't understand it, and
Understood. Madam
I will.
Vice Chair, we'll kind of keep going a little bit and see if we get
Right
any
now, I
additional.
don't support it.
Understood. We'll give a little bit more information and then we'll check back again and see if it works. And if it does not, we'll come back with an additional sheet that sort of distills each separate ask and the financing that we're recommending for each. So on this one, the criminal justice mental health proposal, all of the partners in the criminal justice system have continued to identify a need for mental health and substance abuse support services within the system. It's been reiterated each time we have individual department meetings and then through the report that Judge Coker and Mr. Kirschmark completed. No definitive program, no one program or two programs to solve different problems has been proposed. When each one of those came to the ARPA team, we started to see, of course, as we've spoken about already, this kind of overarching umbrella issue that we have seen throughout this day. The current proposal is continuing to evolve, and we know the conversation supporting collaboration and operationalization, excuse me, I can't get that one out, are ongoing. So the goal that we are identifying, and this might help, is to utilize funds to encourage diversion and deflection of individuals from the criminal justice system and formal adjudication into mental health and substance abuse treatment or other supportive programs rather than through the criminal justice system. So it will take education, deferment, pathways to community, which is the sheriff's program, and so on. Current needs identified within the proposal include mental health navigators in the court system, and to some degree for the county attorney, the public defender, legal defender as appropriate, to support individual success within each one of these systems and ensure effective engagement. So we've of course talked about, we haven't had a chance to talk about the county attorney, but public defender and legal defender and mental health navigators in the actual court system as well. Fund contracts and development of additional support and treatment programs, and provide a court-based perspective to liaise with provider networks and inform the processes and relationships across the domains to ensure successful integration. In other words, that each one of the voices involved that we've spoken about today is actually actualized within the programs so that the programs run smoother within each system. Contract with providers to create a fully local RTC, Restore to Competency program, utilizing ARPA funds to seed the program, ultimately redirecting existing RTC costs currently directed to other jurisdictions. We have contracts with Yavapai County, we're getting one with Pima County and with the state hospital to provide Coconino RTC at this time. That could be in turn be operational funding for the future should we successfully create a local RTC program. And other CJ needs that have not been funded in these recommendations, but are recommended as priorities within community funding include a 60-day treatment program, transportation assistance, and culturally responsive treatment programs. So the allocation proposed is $1 million to implement a system of navigators and see the RTC program that a county-run program can be, so that a county-run program can be developed. That's a lot of words, Madam Vice Chair. That may not help in any way, but wanted to get that out there. This is a new document in the package. So you can take that down, Erica.
I'm sorry, did I miss something? What does RTC stand for?
Restore to competency.
Restore.
See, this is, I believe that we're now creating a new program, and the health department just said they're going to they're going to have a department that is going to manage all of the mental health activities. And now we have here another proposal that's almost proposing the same. And I just need to understand how all of these dollars are and this is a whole new department that that's being requested, it sounds like. And I think that for now, I think I would say that we need to review this and truly understand how the mental health, we are all in support of mental health. Let me make that clear. We want that. We've already, as a board, stated that's one of the, we know that it's there. However, I just, it's too fragmented for me.
Understood.
And I don't want that, and from one board member here, I like to table this one and to understand it more, because we're creating a whole new program right here. The other departments have said that they're doing it within the department. The health department is creating a department now. Now here's another one. So anyway, I just don't understand it right now. Maybe if I understood it better, then.
Okay, Mr. Chair.
Can I?
I'll defer to board members, then I'll respond.
I just wanted to say that I can see the vision, but I can also see the gaps and the overlap that's not clear. And I think what my colleagues requesting is some kind of graphics that both show all the money that we're spending towards the mental health programs in the different areas, but also how they tie together. You know, what are kind of one of those, a Venn diagram of what are the things that they're overlapping, what are the things that they're addressing separately. So that way, because it kind of feels like we're looking at a puzzle, but only seeing like half the image, trying to figure out how to place this puzzle together. And so to me, what I'm hearing is just a request for more clarification of how the pieces fit together. And I guess that's what I would like as well, is that clarification.
Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead, Steve.
No, I'm going to do for board member comments, and then I'll.
Oh, okay. On this, yeah, we have a fatigue component going on here right now. Part of it, but working with boards over the years, or people, and y'all see it when you interact with people. Some people are deductive and some people are inductive. Some people want to see it assembled piece by piece. Others show me the whole picture and then take it apart, that kind of thing. So, that type of clarification just helps for people's thinking style for what's going on here on that. But as Steve had noted, let's provide an opportunity for everybody to comment on this. And I'll toss it back to Sue, and it looks like Patrice is up right now. So
You've got Supervisor Horstman.
Yes, thank you. And I think that the same thing has been mentioned a few different times in a few different ways. And it's hard to come in with a completely formulated, planned program. I know that this is, future plans. This is what you are looking for. And these are the ideas you're looking for in terms of developing a future plan. And I get that, but it's frustrating too when we want to be able to evaluate, the best and the highest use for the funds, and to make sure that there's no overlap, and to make sure that that it's going in the right place with the right people for the right things. And we looked at this morning for Health and Human Services and to start a new division, which, by the way, I totally support. And that had a diversion and deflection part of that as well. And we understood that the original ask was 4 mil, a little over 4 mil, and then the recommendation is for 2 mil, which of course will lessen the number of dollars available for these other programs, including diversion deflection. Maybe we don't put diversion deflection with Health and Human Services. Maybe they concentrate on the other areas as set forth in their proposal, And so you can see why there's confusion. And, you know, some of it is just, quite frankly, until programs get up and going, we aren't going to know. But we need to know enough so that we can feel comfortable in the fact that we aren't funding the same program 2 different times, or we aren't funding 2 different programs that are really the same. So I think that's what the frustration is. And I get the frustration from your end as well. So, you know, it has been a long, tedious process. We'll just say that.
Mhm. It is similar to the cross-country car trip with the family in the station wagon. And we're about ready to throw each other out the window before we get to Wally.
I want some popcorn and soda.
So with that, Mr. Chair, we completely understand and agree, and we would like to hold in abeyance at this point in time. I will stop at this point and turn it over to Supervisor Begay.
Yes, I'm sorry, but I thought you were gonna go through the board comments first. I feel somewhat the same way as my colleagues do. And I think through this process, maybe we should step back and take a look at all the mental health dollars that are being requested from all departments, and then see how it relates, or if there's duplication of services, or, you know, are they different? And I think that way we're not just holding on to one part of the whole mental health, because they're like a whole. They're all wanting to address mental issues and services. So I just wanted to say that maybe just do that. That way we see the whole picture. We see the whole picture and the exact dollars, and you know, what with this, the type of services, how it's going to interact, how it's going to interrelate. That way we're fair to everybody. And so I'm just kind of thinking maybe that would be the way we could go with this particular item. I see what my colleagues are saying. I see the same thing, but I just want to make sure that, you know, and then on the other note, you know, it's dollars, and it's meeting our criteria as far as what was set forth, and, you know, so we have to work with that too, you know, to help the departments to provide the services that need to get out there. So that's the comment I would like to make, and thank you for your input. And I just want to be fair. I just want to be fair across the board, you know, with all these services, and that we see the whole picture, that we see all the extra amount of funds and where it's going. Just like somebody mentioned, a necklace, where does all these mental health services, how they can be interconnected, and that, you know, we see that whole picture. So I just want to thank you for this opportunity to speak to you. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, we will bring back the mental health related requests in a future board meeting. I know we'll schedule it around some board member schedules, so we're probably looking at this. I don't know, not next week, probably possibly the week after, or some first week in December. So,
Steve,
okay.
if I may.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman and members of the board, just a quick comment on staff's behalf. We are thrilled to be having a conversation at all. As I think all of you are indicating as well. This is a big subject, and we're very excited to go through it. And if it needs its time, it needs its time and its detail, and we're happy to provide that. We look forward to our next opportunity to talk about it, because there's nothing possibly, well, there's lots of things that are worth this kind of contemplation, but this one is very much worth it. And as you all have said, it's time for us to talk about it at this level. So thank you. We're encouraged, and we will provide the information that you need. With that, We've been through all of the others. The only one that is left on our request for a criminal justice caseload is a request for technology assistance. We talked about it for the new division, but this is for across all divisions, and that request is for $200,000. Does the board have any questions or concerns about that one? Supervisor Vasquez, did you raise your hand?
No, but I'll just say, so my question about the mental health conversation is everything on the table that we've talked about today regarding mental health getting shelved or tabled until the further conversation, or are we just referring to the most recent presentation about mental health?
Well, that's a question to the group. I'm looking at all of the items that we've talked about today that are mental health related. That's what I'm understanding from you all.
So, why don't we just kind of roll through everybody, just do the numeric thing, roll through everybody and just, give your thoughts on, it's a good question because, a piece of it is it's a whole piece that's put together and we have recommendations that we said we approve, but there's a cause and effect on all of these. So Patrice, do you want to, I'm going to roll through 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, you know what I mean? Whatever the numbers are.
Whatever the numbers are. Okay, I got it. So, to be fair, I think it needs to be all of them. We started on superintendent of schools. I think we all think these are great. We all love the ideas and the programs. And then we talked about HHS, which also has, in there, children and youth as a priority program. And then we talked about, got into the criminal justice system, where we got into diversion and or the juvenile system, where we talked again about detention alternatives, transition schools, again, working with youth and promoting healthy childhood. And then we got into criminal. So there is enough, I think, potential overlap. It would be good just to kind of see it. That's my thoughts.
Supervisor Vasquez?
Sure. So I appreciate the conversation and the overview, and I'm comfortable with what's been proposed, but I do understand that it would be nice to be able to see the whole picture and how all the pieces fit before we move forward. My only concern is that by delaying today, we're pushing it back a couple of weeks, and what does that do to timelines with things that we're hoping to accomplish? So, but I'm good either way. I'm supportive of the efforts and want to make sure that we get the right fit.
4. Judy?
Hi, Lena. This was your day where you were right in there, the first one. Now we go back to District 1. Listen, I just said earlier that, I think with all due respect and also fairness, we just need to know how everything's going to be. All these funds are going to be used within the county. So how are we going to use it? How is it going to be interfaced with different departments, and how is it going to help, everyone as a whole, and the dollar amounts and, things like that. And I feel it's important that we give effort and to single out one department. I don't feel good about that. So I just want to say thank you for asking each board member how they feel about this subject. Thank you.
So just to pursue it a little bit further, Judy, so do you think, I think I'm hearing you say, pull them all out so that we can look at all of them? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. And Lena?
Yes, I want to thank all the staff, and I want to thank everyone that has presented today. And it takes a lot to put a comprehensive plan together, really think about the future, laying down the foundation and having an impact on our future, positive impact. I know everyone's intention is right from the heart, but we also want to make sure that we are making an impact with this one-time funding. So because of that, I want to make sure we want to see how they're interrelated. How are they going to work together? And then once we figure out the internal, we're going to be looking at the external, and it's going to be the same thing again. The external, how are they going to be working with our internal department? So I see it as a bigger picture than just the individual departments. So I just want to thank everyone for their presentations and very thoughtful presentations that and programs that have presented today. We need to look at the whole picture. So I would say all of what was proposed today. So thank you.
All right. And then, I'll throw, obviously it sounds like it's a good idea to pull everybody out, in terms of mental health and bring it back so that we can see the comprehensive plan associated with mental health. And, I would agree to that because, in all fairness to this last one, it's at the end of a day where we had a very long day where, we've been going nonstop throughout the weekend, I think too. My 2 cents on the one that we're having proposed is the one that we've been talking about probably the longest. How can we intervene with mental health associated with the court system? Even though it looks like a new program, it's been the discussion, one of the primary drivers of mental health, and it's not the only one, but so I think it would be good to do that. The other, so Steve, for that and answering that question, and I want to pause. We're talking about taking a break right now, and our quality of decisions are also eroding, I think, to be honest with you, because we've been going so long, we're tired. There are a couple of different ways that we can go about it. We can just kind of cut it off right now, or there is a possibility of hearing out the presentations. We've had people here with us all day long, hoping for their opportunity to present as well. But moving into the decision realm, we want to be careful associated with that because we're hitting the fatigue factor right now.
Go ahead.
Steve.
No, Madam Chair, Vice Chair was going to talk.
Oh, go ahead, Lena. Sorry.
Okay, well, I'm past I think we made a decision on the health, mental health, but I do have a question on the technology needs for the new division. We haven't talked that one out, and that one is, I'm just wondering if that is part of our IT department's request as well, or is that just within that department? And I know these are state programs, so we are starting the new division, and just you would think they need new divisions, but they're within the same building, or where are they located?
So can you speak to that one?
I can a bit. Madam Vice Chair, your question is a good one. Actually, the courts have a separate IT group, and this is actually for some funding to increase their ability to do all kinds of virtual functions. Sharon Yates is still with us as well. Sharon, can you give us a bit of insight onto what those upgrades would provide the court system?
This is the court. I believe the court's IT is under the state.
That's correct. They have a court's IT.
Is that right, Sharon? And why isn't the state funding this?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair Fowler. Our network is under the state network, so the state does provide some support. However, we have our own court IT individuals who provide on-site support. So that way we have support for, the courtroom technology, so we can connect to the jail when we're doing video conferencing, et cetera, every day-to-day use. The courtroom technology that was part of the Superior Court Fund was one-time funding, and that's to upgrade our technology in our current courtroom. So it's not directly related to the new Superior Court Division, and that was the $313,000. We were able to upgrade some of the equipment with some of the grants we received through ACJC and BJA when COVID first took place. However, we do need to upgrade some of the other technology with regards to utilizing Zoom. When we first started in the pandemic, we were still trying to figure out what conferencing system we're going to utilize. A lot of that was a direct connect to the jail. We realized Zoom is a better option for getting multiple parties together because they do have a waiting room, so attorneys can meet with individuals without being in front of the judge. And so we need to upgrade some of the technology in the courtroom to be able to keep that record when conducting hearings in Zoom. We also have digital evidence that we're going to be implementing in our courtrooms. And so we need to upgrade some of that technology with the influx of cases that were coming and all of the influx of exhibits and digital evidence that will be coming into our courtroom. I hope that answered your question. I'm not quite sure what the $200,000 is. It's under the CJ system, so I'm not quite sure what the $200,000 technology request is.
And that's the one I'm asking the question about. And you just covered the other one, and now I'm wondering what this one is for.
This one is based on a recommendation from Judge Coker and Gary Kirschmark's report. And it was about a $500,000 ask, and we reduced it to $200,000 to get some of those upgrades done. But like other requests, we had to reduce that substantially.
Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, I would like to recommend that we hold that item for further information.
I was just going to say that. I think that I'm just wondering why the court's requests are these are special requests on the side, and it's not part of. So anyway, thank you so much. Yes, I would like to hold that back. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, so we have a couple of other groupings to go through, and I realize we are and I couldn't agree better. The other two areas, one is the discussion on the framework to be used for community partner funding, and then the other is the recommendations that are for non-ARP funding. So again, those are for non-ARP funding. I would beg your indulgence if we could go through those items at the same time. County Attorney Bill Ring, he is finishing up a matter right now. He'll be able to join right around 3:30. And so I know we're really pushing the envelope in terms of time, but if we can do that, I think it would be well worth to get to the completion or the conclusion, knowing that we will be holding back the items that you mentioned. And then we also wanted to build in a short break.
Okay. And just, let's just check in and make sure everybody's good with that. Is that, let's see, is that okay? I'll go right through it again. Patrice, you go with that?
I would go with county manager's recommendation.
Okay.
We've been waiting for a long time. It's been a long day for them too.
Yes, it has. Yeah. Hieronyma?
Yeah, we need to power through this and get as much done as we can today, knowing that we are going to table some things and have to come back to it. So let's finish out what we can.
Judy, are you good? While we wait for Judy, although you just came, oh, there you are. Went from one screen to another screen.
I'm not sure, but I'll text you. Thank you.
Okay. Lena?
I am good. And just remember, I have around about 3:30 meeting. And I just want to remind you of that, but I'm good with it. Yes, I think we should get as much as we can done today. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Then I'm watching all of us, myself included, watch our fatigue factor. A lot of work that went into this also. All right, Steve.
Mr. Chair, do you want to do a quick 5-minute break?
A break, please.
Okay, 5 minutes, please.